Superintendent Ashok Mishra, sir. We welcome you on the board today, sir. Can we have a big clap, please? Thank you. I now request School Leader Jyoti Vakharia, Madam, to please hand over a small bouquet and a token of love to Administrative Officer FN Ward, Mr. Kisan Paude, sir. Can we have a big round of applause for sir as well? Welcome, sir, and thank you so much. Okay. So now let me give you an overview of Exploratory Action Research Project, which started last year in July. And if you remember, the date was 26th of July, when we had our first introductory session with Dr. Richard Smith, professor from University of Warwick. That was a day when we all met virtually. And today is a day of symposium when we are meeting in person. And I'm really happy to have you all on board. So this is a Hornby alumni project and a collaboration, an international project, a collaboration between UK and India. The project originated from the Hornby Alumni Fund. So what is Hornby exactly? There are a lot of questions. People want to know what is Hornby and what is Hornby Scholar. Can we move on to the next one? So I'll give you a brief idea of what is A.S. Hornby and who is he and how did he go ahead with English language teaching. A.S. Hornby had a profound and enduring influence on English language teaching. He was a pioneer of Oxford Advanced English Learners Dictionary. So he is the one who started writing dictionaries. The money generated from this Oxford dictionary, so these Oxford dictionaries were circulated all across the world. And the money generated through this Oxford dictionaries, through the sale of these Oxford dictionaries, was utilized as a grant to enable teachers from overseas, that is outside of UK, to study masters in TESOL, but in their own land, that is in Britain. Hornby's aim was that the trust money, whatever money generated from the dictionaries, should go back to the same country where the money comes. And that's the reason why scholars are selected from developing countries. And it's only one scholar gets selected, that too after many, many years of efforts. So Hornby's aim was that the trust money should be utilized for educating those hardworking teachers who are working in the developing countries. And the money should go back to the countries in that form. Thanks to the trust that hundreds of English language teachers from developing countries have been able to develop their expertise in English language teaching and at the prestigious university. And I'm happy to back this scholarship in the year 2019. Thank you. So A.S. Hornby, he started with the Education Trust in 1961. And from 1961 till date, there are 300 scholars across the world who are teaching English language teachers. Now, what is the responsibility of an Hornby scholar? When we go to UK, London, we study masters in TESOL. Now, what is TESOL? Teaching English to the speakers of other languages. We learn all those things from them, and it is our prime responsibility to give it everything what we have learned to my country, and that's India. So after coming back from UK, first project I did was Prelims India. I collaborated with INET, International English Language Teachers Association, with International House London. That was my first project when I came back. I did that. Second project I did with Maharashtra State Government, I worked on FLN. So that was a thing where I also shared my learning from UK at Maharashtra State level. And my dream project is here in front of you, that is Exploratory Action Research. And this project I decided to have for my organization, that is MPS Schools CBSE Developing Cell. Thank you so much for all of you for being a part of this wonderful dream. Can we move on? So this is the Hornby scholars at Warwick University. There are few scholars from other nations. There were 9 scholars from different nations. We collaborated together. We have Hornby Trust members. We have Richard Smith sir as well. And here in 2019, I was there studying at Warwick. Thank you. Can we move on? I would like to show a small clip, and this will give you an idea how the project came to us. This interview was taken by me at the Oxford University Press, and from among 9 scholars, 5 scholars were interviewed. So there we spoke how we can take all this learning to our country. And this is really a good thing which I would like to share with you. So if you can play the video. Sure. So, you right? In government sector. And apart from that, I'm also a teacher educator. So I work in these projects along with British Council, and I train teachers. On these scholarships, it means a lot to me, and I'm really grateful for this wonderful opportunity given to me by Hornby. I have read a lot about A.S. Hornby. He's a legend. I will thank him a lot, because I think if this scholarship hadn't been there, I wouldn't have been here in London to learn. After appreciation is obviously an honor, because when I come here to UK, my identity is not just Swapna, it's Swapna from India. So it's a pride moment for me, because I'm representing my country, India, here. And I know I have to take many things back to my country to share it with my colleagues, with my friends, with other teacher communities. And I think I take this as an opportunity and a greatest responsibility. The work has already begun. I mean, I've set group and Facebook. I keep on sharing some terminologies, new words which I learned here, and new concepts. I want to write blogs so that I can share many things what I've learned in MA TESOL, and I wish to take my project of innovation, that is research, to my organization, where there are around 9,600 teachers working in the government sector and who are ready to take new things from us. So this is the biggest challenge, but I have already planned it, and let's see, it's a dream, and I wish this dream come true in future. That's it. But Advanced Learners Dictionary is a great thing to me, because I think I had started using this dictionary from a very long time. I used the dictionary for my students in the classroom, and one of the students also backed my scholarship. So he was very happy. So I've been using it, I mean, for ages, like you would say. It's really useful. Thank you so much. So this was a dream and a commitment to my nation, to my organization, and I brought this project back to it. So with this, after coming here, I started with Hornby Alumni Project. I applied for the project and I backed that project. And with that fund, now we are having this project for our CBSE cell MPS schools. The next slide, exploratory action research is about exploring the classroom. So all the teachers who are sitting here have already explored the classroom and came up with the new ideas. So you can see these are lovely pics from one of the teachers who is sitting here, success stories. Today we'll be sharing all the success stories of the classroom research and lovely ideas you can grab from it. So this was the event which we did last year. And we started with the project with Dr. Richard Smith from UK. And he gave us introduction about the project. So all the 80 teachers from CBSE cell were there. And later on, around 25 to 30 teachers continued on the project. And finally, they are here today. Next. So exploratory action research, what it speaks about the success, problems, and puzzles. This is what we have learned. So what is the difference between the action research, normal action research is that we normally hunt for the problems, but we never hunt for the success also. So that is a major difference between exploratory action research and a normal research, that teachers can explore on the success areas of their classroom. Something is going really well in the classroom, but we don't pay attention to it. We just focus on the problems and we explore. But some of the teachers have also explored the success areas. So this is the way 3 things were explored. Next. The stages of exploratory action research, I think everyone in the hall is familiar with it, exploration and then action. So I gave opportunity to the teachers to explore and give me results. Or if you want to go ahead and take actions on it, then go for it. So both the things are mentioned here, which is already covered in the syllabus. Exploratory action research, exploration as well as action. Thank you. Next one. Topic selection, as everyone knows, we just had a quick rapid fire round just to check whether they still remember. Topic selection was done on the basis of Muse technique, manageable, urgent, significant, and engaging. So the teachers have selected a topic which are manageable to them in the span of 6 to 7 months. Urgent. Some topics are really urgent and the entire school has to work for it. Significant. So research I'm doing here, but it is applicable across the globe. And last one, engaging. Some topics are really close to our heart, like continuous professional development is really close to my heart, so I will work on it. So some of the teachers have selected the topics which are close to their heart, and that will keep them engaged. So this is the technique we used. Next one. Data collection was done with this basis. Reflections were written, informal conversations with colleagues, recordings were done, questionnaires were asked, lesson recordings were there, reflective writings were there, lesson plans, critical friends views, and this is the way all the teachers try to grab ideas, collect the data, and this was given to the teachers. Next one. And finally, a very important thing, today I'm really eagerly waiting for what findings you have come up with the research. So that is the findings, and last one is reflection. This entire journey of teacher to a researcher, I'm sure it was fascinating for you all. So you're going to tell me what did you learn from it. So this is the final one. Next one. The project is a global project as discussed in the first meeting. The project is from Chile, Mexico, and Peru. All these teachers are already into the project, and today it's India. And you are the ambassadors of India. So can we give a big clap for all of us? Next one. So we started with the online workshops. Of course, we couldn't meet in person. So all the teachers, let me tell you, on every Thursday from 7 o'clock to night 9 o'clock, they were there on the floor with me attending these sessions. And most of the times officers also joined the sessions. They motivated my teachers. Thank you so much for that. So six to 8 online workshops were planned for them. Next one. On the 5th or 6th workshop, teachers started presenting online. So that was eight workshops online and then presentation. So that was a scheduled plan. But I really want to tell you that there are very few teachers who take efforts of sitting after the school hours, and these are the creamy layers who are sitting in the hall. A big clap for you all again. The next one. Now, why research? Why this exploratory research and why teachers should learn that? It's given in a national education policy that every teacher should do a research in the classroom. And then once you learn the researching thing, that can be transported to your student. So how would students learn research if the teacher doesn't know? And that's the reason why national education policy has strongly focused on research. And I think you all have backed it. Now, probably you know how to research and your students are going to get benefited because of this skill which you have acquired. The last one. And now you'll ask me, Swapna, after this, what? My posters are ready. Everything is ready. After this, what? So your posters, you can present at the national level. There are INET, International, INET, All India Network of English Language Teachers. I think some of the teachers and teacher educators are aware of it. You can present your research at this national level. I have been doing this for so many years. So now your research will be presented at this platform. You can take a call of presenting. Next one. And that's it. Thank you for being a part of this brilliant dream project. And I'm glad. So please do not stop the journey of researching. This is the beginning. We have just started. Share it with other colleagues in the school. Share it with your friends. And also research every day. Make sure every year, at least one research per year you can do in the school. Swapna may not be there in your school, but Swapna will always be there with you. And now you have to hold a baton that I am a teacher researcher and I'm going to spread a word ahead. So that is the way we're going to spread this message of research all across BMC. And I'm sure viewers who are watching today will get a lot of things from this research journey. So this was all about the introduction. And before we actually begin with the presentations, sir, I have planned felicitation first. Can we just complete the felicitation for a while? Okay. So felicitation, we will complete and then we'll start with the presentations and then it will get over. Yeah, 10 minutes. Just 10 minutes. Just 10 minutes and we'll wind up with the presentation. The first, we have Bandari sir also here. CBSE cell bit officer. Can we give a big round of applause to sir? So can you please come here? Look, sir, can you give away a token of love? Sir. Thank you so much here for being with us today. Thanks a lot. Okay, and the felicitation begins. The first to come on stage is Mrs. Chaitali Shah, School Leader, MPH Janakalyan, CBSE School. Can we have, yes sir, Kankal sir, can we have you on board here? All three of the officers, we will be happy to have you on board. Four officers. Okay, one by one, they are here to felicitate you today. Chaitali Shah, can we continue clapping for everyone? Okay, this is a small token of love. It's a cash award and a certificate. Mrs. Chaitali Shah, School Leader, MPH Janakalyan, CBSE School. Thank you, Chaitali. The next to come on board is Mrs. Jyoti Vakharia, School Leader, MPS Woolen Mill, CBSE School. Sorry, ICSE School. Congratulations, Jyoti. The next to come on board is Mrs. Asunta Kastya, School Leader, MPS Chikwadi, CBSE School. Congratulations, Asunta. The next to come on board is School Leader, Mrs. Neelam Asgavkar, MPS Haryali Village, CBSE School. A big clap. Congratulations. Yeah. The next to come on board is Mr. Sandeep Shelavle, School Leader, MPS Kalinagar, CBSE School. Congratulations, Sandeep. Congratulations. The next on the board is Mrs. Neelam Goyal, MPS Bhavani Shankar, CBSE School. Teacher, MPS Bhavani Shankar, CBSE School. Congratulations, Neelam. Next, we have Ms. Deepika Bhaskar, MPS Woolen Mill, ICSE School. Congratulations, Deepika. There's a cash prize and a certificate. The next to come is Mrs. Alka Mishra, MPS Chikuwadi, CBSE School. Congratulations, Alka. Please don't stop clapping. You all deserve it. The next one is Mrs. Shrutika Indolkar, MPS Aziz Bagh, CBSE School. Congratulations, Shrutika. The next one is Mr. Deepak Bekhende, MPS Bhavani Shankar CBSE School. Congratulations, Deepak. The next one is Mr. Ravindra Nannavre, MPS Kanenagar CBSE School. Congratulations, Ravindra sir. The next one is Mrs. Poonam Borude, MPS Mithagar CBSE School. Congratulations, Poonam. The next one is Mrs. Pushpa Mary Chandrasekhar, MPS Chikuwadi CBSE School. Congratulations, ma'am. The next one is Mrs. Archana Sante, MPS Woolen Mill ICSE School. Congratulations, Archana. The next one is Mrs. Rutumbara Toge, MPS Kanenagar CBSE School. Congratulations, Rutumbara. The next year is Miss Poonam Bhaskar, MPS Woolen Mill ICSE School. Congratulations, Poonam. Congratulations. The next one is Mrs. Alpa Naik, MPS Pratiksha Nagar CBSE School. Congratulations, Alpa. The next to come on board is Mr. Prince Kumar Rangari, MPS Kanenagar CBSE School. Congratulations, Prince. The next one is Mrs. Sushma Sahare, MPS Bhavani Shankar CBSE School. Congratulations, Sushma. The next one is Mr. Nyaneshwar Angre, MPS Haryali Village CBSE School. Congratulations, Nyaneshwar. Next to come on board is Mrs. Shweta Savan, MPS Mithagar CBSE School. Congratulations, Shweta. Next on board is Mrs. Rukhsar Khan, MPS LK Wagji Cambridge School. Congratulations, Rukhsar. And the next one. The next to come on board is Mrs. Shivpushpa Krishnaswamy, MPS Chikuwadi CBSE School. Congratulations, Shivpushpa. The next one is Mrs. Yasmin Sheikh, MPS LK Wagji Cambridge School. Congratulations, Yasmin. The next one is Mrs. Sujata Yewari, MPS Woolen Mill ICSE School. Congratulations, Sujata. The next one, the second last one, Mrs. Nalini Bhabal, MPS LK Wagji Cambridge School. Congratulations, Nalini. And the last but not the least, Mr. Deepak Ukide, MPS Pratiksha Nagar CBSE School. Yes, sir. Okay. So here we end up with the felicitation of all the exploratory action research teacher researchers. Thank you so much, teachers, sirs, for being here. And would you like to say a few words for us? Yes, sir.
Thank you, Swapna. And first of all, congratulations to all of you that you have stepped forwarded for the research and you have completed one. Research is the most important part of any pedagogy which we adopt in our school. It is most important only because nowadays we are having emphasis on some skills, and all those skills are inculcated in one research. We are emphasizing on the HOTS, and in HOTS you have to decide something, you have to analyze, synthesis, creativity. All these skills are there in a single research. Means if your pupil, if your student doing one research, he is tackling all the HOTS which are required for that particular student. So it is very necessary part, and so NAP is having emphasis on the research. And you have done action research. In action, every action research, we deal with some problems, and 25 problems of our classes are resolved by all of you. It's a great achievement. And you are sharing the solutions of those 25 problems here today. So it is spreading to all the classes. So each class can solve 25 problems of their class today itself by this particular symposium. So credit goes to the conductor of the symposium. Very nice conduction. And it is really needed. There should be a inner thought of everyone that we have to do something for the studies, do something for the pupil, do something for our schools, and at the end we have to do something for our organizations. And you are doing something, that is a great thing. So once again, congratulations to all of you, and thank you for calling me here and having a part of this such kind of splendid program. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Can we all stand up for sir? And thanks a lot. What you want to say?
Hello everyone. I want to say that today, who is the leader who brought us on the stage? I want to felicitate from our department, our education officer by his own hand, to our leader with bringing this revolution in BMC school. Swapna ma'am, I will request our education officer, Honorable Kankal sir, to give a small token of love from. Thank you very much, sir. Your appreciation will be motivate us. Thank you. Continue.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much. Yeah. Yeah. Hello. So kindly be seated, teachers. Now I'm going to throw the ball in your court. Okay. The first one, the first presenter, here on the floor. Can we be a big clap to Mrs. Chaitali Shah, school leader, Janakalyan, CBSE school. Chaitali Shah is going to talk about dealing with parents' aspirations.
principal. Okay. Hello. Good morning. I guess it's good afternoon. Yeah, good afternoon, all of you. Myself, Mrs. Chaitali Shah, acting principal of CBSE Janakalyan School of Malad. Today I'm sharing here as a school leader to represent my exploratory action research project, which I have worked, and my topic is dealing parents' aspiration. As we all know, each parent has high expectations from the school for their child. So it was a challenging task for me to deal with their aspirations with different solutions. I would like to say thank you first of all to Mrs. Swapna Madam for giving this opportunity to do exploratory expenditures on such topics. Because before we were working as a class teacher, and after switching to CBSE school, we got this opportunity to work as a school leader. So it was a big task for me to deal parents, because before we were limited only for classrooms. And then after immediately we got a chance to deal with parents face to face. So this was the biggest thing for me to do. Now, when I started doing this research, many challenging areas popped into my mind. They were like parent demands, their queries, difference between CBSE parents and normal parents of UPS, as well as their mindsets, um, and dealing with these parents as a school leader. It was a difficult task. Then taking help from SMC, asking some queries to SMC, teacher feedbacks, and many more. These were the main queries and challenges which I was facing, and I started facing when I switched to CBS. Then I started doing research on it. So, which kind of research I did as a school leader? I started coming with different solutions. Then I started discussing with my colleagues. Because when you discuss these points with colleagues, you get different opinions and you get different ideas how to tackle them. Then I used to we sit with my staff and take their suggestions. Now this is the situation which we have to face, and what kind of solution you give. So it was a task with I used to share this task with them also. Then making planning. I used to make two plans, plan A and plan B. If plan A does not work, plan B definitely works. So I used to make two plans for dealing with them, with dealing with their demands. Okay. Then I did research on a Google researcher. There I got some articles to read where we got new ideas and we got solutions on it also. Then I started understanding parents' thinking and dealing with them accordingly. So this was the research time how I did. And as this is a year project, what actions I started taking. So finally, when I started taking actions like peer discussions, SMC help and feedback, conducting some counseling sessions, conducting seminars, asking feedback from the parents and taking suggestions from them only, and working on the positive suggestions. Because there are some negative suggestions also, which we don't have to look into that. So we started working on positive suggestions, and it actually started working in different areas. We have lots of issues, like I have mentioned some issues there, and whatever the action I started making, it really gives me good response from the parents and good results. So this was my action research program. So I can conclude successfully by saying that after doing this year project, I started dealing with parents' aspirations positively. Thank you so much, all of you. Thank you.
So that was Chaitali Shah, school leader, MPH Janakalyan CBSE school. And the research really shows the parents' aspirations. And all the school leaders sitting here must be aware what are parents' aspiration and how do we cope up with it. Thank you so much, Chaitali. Can we be a big clap to Chaitali Shah here? And the next one The next presenters, please be ready. The next one is Mrs. Jyoti Vakharia, school leader, MPS Woolen Mill ICSC School. Good afternoon. Already Swapna has introduced. I'm Jyoti Vakharia from Mumbai Public School ICSC Woolen Mills. And I know out of these 25 research, there are 24 research which would be within the classrooms, maybe. Mine is somewhere something unique. And it was preference for Western commode over Indian commode. I faced And this was a day I received a big letter from the parents. And it was evening 6 o'clock that I had to call an SMC meeting, urgent. And the meeting continued till 8 p.m., 6 to 8 p.m. in the school itself with the school management committee. And the topic was this, that there are no Western commode in your school. And that was the first day of our exploratory action research. And I joined at the last moment, and then I called Swapna personally that, see, I cannot focus on any other topic than this. I have a big 3-page letter given by a parent, first through WhatsApp. And then I called every SMC member that I need your help, please come. And the letter that was written, that was also from an SMC member only. So what to do? And Swapna is like, yeah, this should be taken into consideration. Why don't you come with this topic? I'm like, okay, fine. So this is my research. Why the parent preferred Western commode over Indian commode. The school started after 2 years, and it was only for 2 hours that the children were coming initially. So at that time, the kids were not ready to use the washrooms of our school. Parents came up. Initially, they came through verbal complaints that no, the children are not going to use. You need to work somewhere. And something bonus that I got was the jet spray. Okay, you don't have a Western commode, fine. You have Indian sitting, okay, but there is no jet spray. And the kids were not ready to touch the buckets. They expected flush, and the regular flush was not there. But no, हमारे बच्चे जो है वो bucket से ऐसा नहीं करेंगे. So this was the thing. And what was that? No Western toilet, then I can't touch the buckets. Then we use a WC in our home, and you are not providing. This is the basic need. And in that, there was a circular attached to it with a complaint letter, something related COVID mandates. During Corona, this thing, you were not supposed to touch things. So they gave me that thing also. I'm like, okay, fine. And I was very disturbed. Literally, I was like, nahi, aaj to quit karna hai. Sorry, I cannot work anymore. And there was one child from junior or senior KG. She came up. No, teacher, I will not wash my backy without a jet spray. And believe me, the teacher had to go to the washroom and had to do the cleanliness for her. So when I say this is my research, it is actually the actions were taken by the teachers. Some of them are present here, some of them are at the school right now, but it is not my research. I take this opportunity here to tell that this research belongs to a school wherein all the actions were taken by the teachers and not by me alone. Why this happened? First, we started informally talking with the students. Why don't you like the toilets? You are just coming for 2 hours. Out of 2 hours, you are just spending a minute, not more than a minute in the washroom. So what's the big deal? And then we found out something, that is the students from lower grades were never introduced to the concepts of Indian commode, because since they are born and they are using most of the houses, they have Western commode. So that was one thing. Then constant comparison with the renowned school. Are no, we are coming from this school and we have these facilities in our school. Why isn't your school giving this facility? Then they were not aware of the benefits of using Indian commode. When we use Indian commode, we sit in the squat position, which is actually very benefit for our body. Being oversensitive towards the wants and demands of their children. At that time, the parents could have taken the call, beta, you're going only for 6 hours to the school. Why you can use it, no problem. Or else they would have done these things, these routines earlier. But this wasn't there. The parents were also complaining along with the students. So then it was a time to take action. And I believe that action changed things. You can, at what level you can solve your problems, you have to concentrate on that. That is what I believe now. Initially I wasn't. I was also of the same nature of my parents. The moment they complained, I started calling all my officers. So now I am at a better pace, I can say. So first thing was that in the SMC only we clarified the thing that the structure of all the MPS school across Mumbai remains the same. So I have no authority to change that. That was at the first moment only I made it very clear. Next thing what we did was little minor repairs at our level, changing the taps. This was done. Urinals were changed. We were constantly writing letters and informing the concerned authorities. The SIC people visited, but this took time, and this problem or this challenge needed an immediate action. So I didn't wait for SIC people to come and renovate the whole toilet. Instead, what could I do? At least I can replace it with new taps, which was in my budget. So that was done. And you will see again a teacher and the PVG people are working. You won't see anywhere myself. Again, this responsibility was given to a teacher. Next, changing mindset. We tried, whenever there was a free period, I used to call the techno-savvy teacher. पहले तो बच्चों को video दिखाओ. Difference between a public school and a private school. ZP schools bhi unko dikhao that see these are regular government schools and still you are at a better position. Being in a premium locality at Matunga. So that was the main thing. Apart from that, we showed them the video on how, when you are using Indian commode, how is your body benefited by that. So that was shown, and we then slowly and steadily started changing their mindset that it's no harm using Indian toilet. One more. There is one more, I think. This one. Yeah. I'm not placing it, but yes, we had literally taken all the small children to the washroom, demo of basic washroom etiquette. So the teachers are visiting the washrooms along with the students, including, I have a video of this teacher. She is actually showing the students how to sit and how to flush once you are done. Apart from that, hand washing and everything was shown to the students. We started from taking baby steps. Apart from that, arranging cleanliness material. One thing I would say that everybody changed, but their one demand was, I also think was correct, that the material was insufficient. The material that we received for cleanliness was insufficient. So we made a call that every child on his birthday will donate anything, any cleanliness material to the school. Instead of giving chocolates to the teachers, because I could see, even when they came to me and gave a chocolate, it was never a 1 rupee ka chocolate. The crowd that comes in my school, they were bringing Snickers for us. Now a Snicker, I think, costs 40 or 45 rupees when they are giving to all the staff members. Nearly we are 15, including if I say attendant and everybody goes 15 plus 1. So we said, we don't need your chocolates. Instead, you bring a bottle of phenyl, whatever you feel, and you start donating this. So on their birthdays, the children started donating some phenyls and some, washing material, washing powder, bleaching powder, and they directly gave it to the PVG, the housekeeping. Don't give it to me. I don't need it. This lady needs. So better you directly give it to her without even, we will not even give you a thank you for that, because there could be some children who couldn't donate also. So that is one thing that we took. On my birthday, I pledged to donate cleanliness material to my school. So with that, on that note, somewhere I think we have successfully, taken the step of demanding parents, like curbing the demanding parents, that this is what you are going to get. You want to come, you study. Apart from educational complaints, I don't need any other complaints. That this is not there, this is not there. Yes, anywhere we are falling shortage of educational practices, definitely you're allowed to raise your voice, but apart from that, you will not. And my key learnings from this was, one should be determined to find the solutions. So we started finding solutions. More than me, I would still say that my staff convinced me that, see, writing letters is not going to help. Hum kya kar sakte hai? Let us work on that. I have Sujata teacher also. She took the boys. She is present here to the washroom. And 1 or 2 days, we maintained a rule that teachers will not eat the tiffin during the recess. Instead, they will visit the washrooms and they will find out the students who are not flushing. So that was also important. So that is also a way they helped me. Apart from that, never get intimidated by any complaints or grievances. They are going to be there with you. Every day you are going to face some new challenge, because it is a new school and the parents' expectations, they are also not wrong. They have come from private schools, so they have that tendency. But when we say that there you used to pay fees of lakhs and lakhs rupees, wherein here you are not paying a single rupee. So then they are quite sorted. 10% parents you are going to get everywhere. I'm sure every school year must be dealing with the same. But the rest 90% will be your support. You need to just learn how to find support, what best you can take from them. Suggestions, I would just, yes, I'm coming with the suggestions also. Mishra sir is there and Mandari sir is also there. If you could just have a special sanitation committee or something wherein, see, now we have Lekhan Vachan and we have constantly BOs and AOs coming and visiting and evaluating the students' learning level. Why not evaluate these facilities also? There should be special visits only for this facility. When you are coming to school, don't see what the teachers are doing, what the students are doing. There should be one separate visit only for such things. This might help us. And second is provision for sufficient cleanliness material in proportion to the number of students. If that could be done wherever the number of students are increasing and we receive material from BVG or Crystal, so that is insufficient. So if that could be taken care of, or if that you can take as a suggestion, because here we have many different rooms also, games room, sports room, toy bank room. So this needs more material for cleanliness also. So if that could be taken care of, I think we can manage the school well. Thank you. I'm sorry I've taken more than 5 minutes. That's okay, Jyoti. The next one, thank you so much, Jyoti. That was a brilliant research. Next to come on floor is school leader Asunta Kastya, MPS Chikuvadi CBSE school, and Asunta is going to speak about accelerating the learning of slow learners. Over to you, Asunta.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Mrs. Asunta Vikas Kastya. I'm the school leader of Mumbai Public School CBSE Chikuvadi. Today, my topic is actually it is exploratory research. I've done exploratory research, not exploratory action research. So my topic is how to accelerate learning of slow learners. I think this is very, very common problem. Each one of us face this problem in the school. What motivated me to take up this problem is when offline school started, when offline students started coming to school, Many of my teachers used to approach me saying, this one is not studying, this one sits blanks in the class, and he's not able to cope up with other children. This one makes funny faces, and he's blank in the class, not able to read and write. I had many complaints about kids from my teachers. And once the one parent came with the child in front of me and saying, my child is been troubled by other good learners of the class. And that was the point where I thought we need to work on slow learners. We need to find out some kind of strategy, tactic that will help our teachers as well as students to come up. So there where I took this problem, this is my topic, and data collection was done through online researches. I read many articles online, and through articles I got many tips for the development of slow learners as well as literature research. I read many books which were based on slow learners, and I interviewed many of my colleagues who are there here, and I spoke to them about what kind of problems they face regarding slow learners learning, as well as what kind of solutions, what kind of techniques they use for solving their problems. And after studying this topic, after studying the online research, my articles, I came to know about many things which we already know, but later on I found out one strategy. After using that strategy, I think all slow learners will get a lot of help from us and they will come up. So that was, you can see here, I have super teacher here. So super teacher using super magic. And we are multi-talented. We are, we can tackle any problem. As Jyoti teacher, Jyoti ma'am, she had very, unique problem and she has wonderful solution for that. So why not for this? So I thought after using this tactics, super magic, super teacher can, eradicate the problems that are faced by slow learners. So my S stands for spatial ability development. There are many things in syllabus, curriculum, many abilities, many skills, but we have to focus on basic skills, reading, writing, arithmetic, basic, whatever. Instead of going for big literature, novel study and all, instead of going for that, basic things, let them learn reading, writing, arithmetic, basic concepts. So that S stands for, and U stands for understanding development. Many times in the class, teacher starts teaching, she has her goals, primary goals, secondary goals, and many other goals. But she forgets, looking at slow learners. I've seen a teacher who was very good at, developing scholarship children, and she used to get best results. But then I realized once I spoke to her, how do you do it? Like, how do you, help your students to come in merit list? That time she told me, I focus only on good students in my class. I was amazed, at her statement. Okay, I just focus on my strong learners. And there were just 10 strong learners, and weak learners, slow learners were more than 30, more than 75% were they in her class. But she said, I do this way. So it was really very bad. So I feel we have to understand each and every learner, and along with the understanding of learners, their needs, their interests, we have to develop their basic understanding of basic concepts, which is very important. Then my P stands for praise and practice. Very, very important. If you praise your learner, even if he's whatever level, in slow learners, there may be various stages. Stage 1, stage 2, stage 3, bottom 1, but you just praise them. They are heartiest ones and they come up. And this is my experience. Though this is my exploratory research, but actions I have taken in the past. And I know, okay, if they are motivated, if they are praised, if they are given appreciation, they do come up. So praise is very important. Practice. They have to be given a lot of practice. A topic is taught. a concept is taught, they have to be given lot of drill. One topic for a week. It's not today you teach this, next week you teach another topic, another concept. No. One concept should be repeated, drilling, very important. Repetition, I feel, is very, very important to, develop their learning. And then we have, I have each one teach one. So in class of 40s also, it becomes difficult to manage two slow learners. Even if there are two slow learners, 35, 38, 37 are answering, two are not answering. At the same time, teacher cannot pay attention to them. So at that time, teach one each one after school hours, before school hours, or whenever we have free periods, we are managing that. We are going to have a timetable where a teacher is supposed free at particular time. That time would be in another class, would be simple class like PT, work experience. At that time, the teacher will help that slow learner, because after 12:30, it becomes very difficult to teacher to teach, more teaching. It becomes very tough. So we are going to have that one slow learner ka special period. So where teacher will help them. Then R, repetition of concepts. As I said here, repetition of learning practice. Practice is important. Repetition is also very important. The vocabulary set or whatever they learn, the topic or concept has to be repeatedly used. And next one is minimum concepts at a time. Very, very important. Instead of taking many concepts at a time, many concepts, we have many subjects, and in every subject there are different topics. Instead of choosing everything at a time, just one concept at a time. And then we have attention. Attention and care is very, very important. If child is given attention, and if the child is given care, and if child is made feel that he's given a lot of importance, though he's a slow learner, it will affect. If love and care, instead of having many strategies, instead of having other plans, just love and attention and care shown to that child will bring lot many results in their learning. And then I have G, which is very important. G stands for gradation of activities and content. I have tried this and it works a lot. We have big lessons. There are many concepts, very difficult to, teach them everything. Very, very difficult. But you choose very important and very small concept and make them learn, make them understand with the view that we are going to ask that in the examination. So the examination, I used to have different question papers for A, B, C. I used to have A, B, C in my class. A, good ones, very good ones. B, good ones, and C, very low ones, the slow learners. For them, I used to have different question paper. So the graded material I used to use, graded concepts I used to have, that used to be in graded question papers also. So separate question papers, and they used to show result. Instead of doing nothing, instead of getting 0 in the paper answer sheet, they used to have at least 5 marks, 6 marks, 7 marks in 20 marks test. So this is very, very important according to me. Gradation of activities and content. Interest. Then whenever we have activities, the activities should not be of our choice. There are activities, language games are there. Then there are many other games we conduct for students during TBL, ABL, activity-based learning. That time they should be asked what game they like to play. And through that game, then we can present our content. So that is very important. Interest is very important. And this last one is C, collaborative learning. Collaborative learning is very, very important. If child is placed with weaker child with a stronger child, then they learn from each other. And there are many children who are weak, strong learners who like to, be leaders and who like to be in charge. So such children help them. And collaborative learning, whenever they have any problems, and if they are not, teacher is not approachable, their friend is approachable to them. So they help and they learn together. So this was my learning point, super magic. So I learned from my accent research, even if we just follow this super magic tactic, it will be useful for bringing up the learning level of slow learners. So I think after this stage, my exploratory research, I'm going to have it all in my action research. So I'm going to do accent research post this activity. Thank you.
That was brilliant, Asunta. Thank you so much. I've seen Asunta as a teacher. I've seen Asunta as a teacher educator. And it was wonderful seeing you as a researcher. A big clap for Asunta once again. Thank you. Great research, Asunta. Next on the board is a school leader, Neelam Asgaonkar ma'am from MPS Haryali Village CBSE School. Over to you, ma'am.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Neelam Asgaonkar from MPS Haryali CBSE School. And as you can see over here, my topic is exploring parent, teacher, students' perceptions on digitalization and its management. Now, when I say management, it's very evident that we as parents, we feel our child or our kid is studying, but how much and for what exactly he's doing online, we need to monitor that. And that is why I chose my topic, that is a digitalization, which is a very much a need of today. The next is, it's very prudent that we introduce limited usage of internet to our kids. Reason being, if they go on too much into internet, they sometimes go haywire, they go away from what they are supposed to do, which we cannot keep a tab on. The next is the various ways of how I collected the data was, I had given them many questions. You can see some research data analysis that I've done over here. I had some questions for parents. I had some questions for teachers, for students. For parents, it was like, do you sit with your children at the lunch time or at the dinner time, or at least one meal with your kids during the day? Are you away from the digital mode? Then for the teachers, how often do you go online? How much do you serve for various things that you need to be on? The next is about the students. Students was, do you use the internet under any guided supervision? Can you please change it? Turn. So this is very important. Like we say, my child is studying, but during the online, you must have seen during this pandemic, kids were very much online, but they had debated themselves. They were online with us physically, but they were already into some other means. So we need to have a tab on what exactly are they doing. Now, the next you can see is the data that we have collected over here. It gave, how I have done is I had given some handouts to parents. I had given handouts to the teachers. There were surveys, there was media monitoring, where and how much time do you spend on internet and which are the sites that you go on. Are you under guided supervision? This was my most important thing. Also observational method. In the classrooms also, if they are there, then we used to ask some, we used to give them some handouts and find out as to what exactly and for how much time are they on net, even when they're at home. And what are the things that they do on net? What are the sites that they visit? So these are the different areas that we monitored. And what we found out was that as a teacher, we come over here. The findings over here was the children are really lacking a lot of emotional support, the trauma that they go in. It's very sad that if you see our previous years, our yesteryears, we used to sit together and have our meals together, but now we are not emotionally connected. So this was one. The next was lying and hiding. They hide a lot of things. They lie with the parents. They lie with the teachers. There is a reason, because there's no emotional connect, which is very, very important. Even the interest are all diminished. What is their exact interest that they should need or they should cater to? They themselves don't know. They have gone haywire. They really don't understand what are the things that we like because of the disconnect, because of the lack of emotional support from home, which they don't get from the parents or maybe from the siblings, or maybe at times due to the pandemic at school also. using, yeah, they game a lot. And as a result, you will find they are falling a prey to depression. Here you can see anxiety. Their social existence is nowhere. They're not able to share their feelings. They just send an emoji, and that's how they express their maybe gratitude or their sorrow. They should be able to vent out whatever they feel in their mind. The next is a very important, the learnings that as a teacher or on my research journey is, there are many that you can see over here. Social work and social behavior is at risk. You will find that all the social behaviors are very much at risk because due to lack of communication. There's a gap between the communication. We need to put a tab at home too. We need to curtail their time limit to internet usage. Age groups of 5 to 6, right up to teenagers, they have addicted themselves to the internet without us parents knowing as to where and what site they are going on. The end result is they are deviating from the family, they are deviating from the studies, they are deviating from the goal that they're supposed to be on. The next is some tips for the parents also. When the child, you should have healthy open talks. There should be a set rule. When you are at home, see to it that your child is with you, emotionally bonding, connecting with you. Have your meal. Ask the slightest little things that has happened at school or in their friend circle. They should not fear you. Rather, they should confide in you what are the things that they have learned or what are the experiences that they have got throughout the day. They should be in a position to open up with you, rather not fear the teachers, rather not fear the parents or the grandparents or whoever at home. Now, the facts that you can see over here, 80 to 95 of the children and adolescents are all on video games. Everybody nowadays is heavily addicted with video games, and that's the result that we need to bring them out. Also, keep children's bedroom away from TV, away from internet, so that you know what they are doing. Facebook addiction is tremendous, not only with the children, it's also with us. So all said and done, when we come to a nutshell, it is we as elders should set a rule for ourselves, and our children at school or at home will definitely follow it. A few things, like now you see the biggest crime is a cyberbullying, as you can see. So this has led to low self-esteem. So because of the low self-esteem, it lacks in their academics, it lacks, and they refuse to study or even go to school. And then you just whip your child without even finding what's the reason for his such behavior. Last but not least, it is the management, how we involve them with the physical activities. If you remember, we used to play with the mud and the trees when we were young. That's totally diminishing. If you ask the child even these days that identify a tulsi plant or for that matter a curry leaf plant, they are not able to. That's the reason, because they are totally addicted on the net. So we need to bring them out, and they need to have physical activities. Then remember that addiction is stronger than you all. Whatever addictions that you go on, they will be stronger than what you are supposed to do. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. That was Neelam ma'am from MPS Haryali Village CBSE School, and wonderfully explained about the digitalization and how much we are addicted to it. Next on the floor is Mr. Sandeep Shelavle, School Leader MPS Karinagar CBSE School, and Sandeep is going to speak about something about maths word problems. Over to you, Sandeep.
Thank you, Swapna. Good afternoon, all of you. So you can see the poster that I have made here. If you ask anyone, even in our hall also, if you ask all the people, which is your favorite subject, then very few people will tell maths. So very few will be there. So actually I selected this topic because I found some mathematical struggles in my classroom. Last year I was teaching in different school as a maths teacher. I was teaching to grade 7 and 6. So in class 6, I found this question that when I gave them word problems to solve, so many of the class students were little confused. And when I checked their notebooks, I came to know that they are really struggling with the word problems. Though they know what is addition, what is subtraction, what is multiplication, what is division, they all are clear about all these basic concepts of mathematics. But then also they were finding the incorrect answers. So that was the question that I selected and how to give the solution to that. So that my journey started. So motivation stories already I have written here that I noted that how they are struggling, and most 60% students from the class were unable to solve the questions from the word problems. Later on, I started my journey. But before that, I thought about the reason why they are struggling there. Then I came to know because of the pandemic period, they didn't go to school last 2 years. So that is a big gap. You can see that is the main reason why they are struggling there. That I found that is the key point there. Because they are in 6th standard. So class 5 and 4 mathematics isn't done well or at that level. So that's why that is the one reason. Then I prepared question here, simple questions for them. For example, do you know how to add the numbers, how to subtract the numbers and all. So question here I prepared there. And last question was there, are you able to solve word problems easily? So that was my final question. And most of the time I got answer no. Then I conducted some interviews in different sessions. I took out time. I conducted some individual interviews also. Those students who are really struggling a lot. Then notebook corrections, assessment also I found many problems they are facing. And students feedback. So at the end of the session also I used to ask them some feedback questions. So that time also I found they are really struggling hard. Then I thought this is my finding out. After collection of data, I came to know out of my 28 students were there in my class, 13 were able to solve the questions, word problems correctly. 9 were able to do it halfway only, and 6 were completely unable to complete that full question. So later on, I started preparing my action plan. What action or what can I do for them? So first, group and pair work activities. I organized some activities. One good student who is good in maths and one who is slow learner in maths. So I prepared purposely these pairs and groups. Sometimes multilingual means some are good student, mixed groups I prepared. And these group activities I started giving them to solve the word problems. Later on, I started word cross for maths terminology. I came to know they are struggling in all together, sum of, uh, total. So these words are related with addition. Find the difference. What will be the difference? Who is less than, more than? These are the some words. These concepts I introduce them with the symbols. So we prepared one vocabulary, special vocabulary for this, specially word problems. Later on, introducing language chunks also. So I asked them to break the example in the language chunks. Take 3 words, 4 words, and then try to get the meaning of the each sentence properly. Then only you will be able to understand what is the problem there. Next, preparing their own examples. We practice. You can see in the pair work also, I implemented one activity where one student has to prepare one example, and they are standing in pairs back to back. One student will prepare one example for his friend or her friend, and second will also do, his partner will also do the same thing, and they started sharing word problems to each other, and their partner has to solve that example. So that was the pair activity, and they really enjoyed a lot in their notebooks. Later on, mind maps also. I asked them to create the mind map structure and organize different concepts related with your that word problem. What information is given there? Suppose example 1, what information is given there? Okay, weight is given there. Price is given there. So this way they try to organize their whatever information is given in numerics. Then last, quizzes, puzzles, and online resources. I also referred some online resources. I found some psychological, means you can say concepts related with mathematical problems. Then I came to know some students really struggle because of their inbuilt means they are dyslexia, like that type of dyscalculia is also another you can say suffering, or they suffer with dyscalculia. So that is also another reason that why they are struggling there. And the last one, peer correction, self correction. These activities I ask, mostly we teacher give the answers to the students on the board, but instead of that they can correct themselves. That is called self correction activities. Peer correction, they are exchanging or swapping their notebooks to their friends, and their friends correct. So both the learners are getting the clear concepts or clear idea about the example. So peer correction, then self correction activities work well. So these are some glimpse of that all the activity that I conducted during this research process. And I can see the impact after implementing so many different activities and various ways. I found that earlier results were completely different, but later on I found the number of that green color you can see there, that increased to 85%, which was at 60% at the early stage. So that result I found there, and slowly and gradually other students also started showing interest in the word problems and the reflection. So I could see there many positive points for the learner's point of view, that how they came up or how they overcome their phobia of word problems or fear of word problems in a fun way. Learner-centered activities, all are learner-centered activities. So no pressure, no burden by teacher, and no scolding and harsh language used. Without using all these things, we solved out this problem up to maximum percentage we achieved. That was my target I kept. And second is students are more confident and they can solve the work problems properly. Now also that class is in 7th standard. If you get time, you can visit the class, give a word problem, definitely they will solve. That is my search or my research. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Sandeep. It's brilliant. Brilliant knowing about word problems, and the challenge is given to you. Can anytime visit Sandeep sir's class and see the things, what's going on in the classroom. And that's brilliant research about the word problems. We all have these problems in the classrooms, but there are very few who come up with the brilliant solutions as well. The next to come on floor is Mrs. Neelam Goel from MPS Bhavani Shankar CBSE School. And this is an interesting research which speaks about gender biasness in Indian classrooms. A girl or a boy, or a boy or a girl, and who should do the work. Over to you, Neelam.
Thank you, Swapna ma'am. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Neelam Goel from MPS CBSE Bhavani Shankar Road School. My exploratory research topic is gender biasness in the Indian classroom. The motivation for this topic is why I choose this topic. One incident I want to share with you. One day the Maushi was not there in the class, in the school. And I asked all the students that this is our class and we have to clean this classroom. So all the girls started cleaning the classroom, and the boys, majority of the boys were just standing and guiding others that please pick up that there are the bits of paper. So I found it strange, and then I interacted with all the students that and let them all imagine that we are like a big boss. We are going to somewhere out where we will not having any money with us. So distribute the work among you all. So the boys and girls decided that the girls will do all the household works. They will wash clothes, wash utensils, and they will cook. And the boys will go out. They will work and they will earn money. So I found this as a barrier of the education. So I conducted a meeting for that, and the points I collected from the parents that father doesn't work at home. So how the child work? It may affect their studies, ma'am. If we will let them do the work, then who will study? Now, it may affect their studies. He's a pampered child, so we don't let him study. Don't let him work. Ego. Household work is not the boys' work. It's a girl's work only. It's a ritual of a family that men will earn money and the women will do the household work only. Common known fact that gents will earn money. So these points I got from the parents. Then also I discussed this topic with my colleagues, Swati teacher, Sushma teacher, Deepak sir, Sandeep sir, and I planned some activities. Then I did the research, and I got this article from Swapna ma'am also. She also helped me in this article that Chinese curriculum, they added the household work as a compulsory subject in their syllabus. And then I started taking activities in the classroom. First activity I did that connected topics with the real life. In first standard, one poem is there in Hindi, Pagdi. So, Maili Pagdi Kitni Ragdi. So I told all the students that go to home, take one cloth, wash the clothes, so that they will do some work. And these are the photos. They worked and their parents clicked the photos and sent that to me. The second activity I conducted, that is mini mastership activity. So it's a fireless cooking activity, so that all the boys can do the some, they can cook the delicious dishes. Their parents are happy, and they also got confidence that yes, I can also do this. And the third one activity I conducted, that is Women's Day celebration. I told all the students that whenever you will go to home, that then you have to do the work, whatever work your mother will assign you. Let your mother take rest for the day. It's the Women's Day celebration. Let her celebrate her day, and instead of your mother, you have to do the work. All the students did the work, and then I conducted the activity, that my work diary. I told all the students that whatever work you will do for a day, just write it and daily check, or daily you can show to me that, ma'am, I did this work yesterday, I am going to do this work today. So my work diary is also there, and the findings from this research is, they feel confident now. All the boys feel confident now, and concentration has been increased. They started they started reacting softly, and they are calm down, not showing arrogance. They feel others' emotions now. They don't hesitate to do any work. Now their understanding level has been increased. These all are my findings. And thank you, Swapna ma'am, for giving this opportunity. We are Shikshan sir, but thanks a lot for this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Neelam. And Shikshan Sevaks are no less. Come on, a big clap to Neelam, please. A very good research. She came up with a very good research. She used to often call me and ask me, ma'am, what should I go with? What should I read? And this is a global level research, where people are still researching who should be given work. And you have really come with a good research topic. Thank you so much. A big clap for Neelam. And the next round is Miss Deepika. Deepika Bhaskar from MPS Woolen Mill ICSE School. Deepika, over to you. Her research speaks about health and hygiene. Over to you, Deepika.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. My name is Deepika Subhash Bhaskar from MPS ICSE Woolen Mill School. Before starting, I would like to thank Ms. Swapna and Jyoti Miss for their valuable support throughout the research and giving me this opportunity to present my research in front of you all and our honorable officers. As we know, from last 2 years, we are facing the COVID pandemic, and due to that, we were not able to take the offline classes. But that time, we come to know that for our sustainable future, the health, hygiene, and our cleanliness plays an important role. But when the school started offline, after a long period, 2 years, we come to know that the decision which was taken by the government to take the online schooling while this COVID pandemic was very useful, because the students was not following the basic rules. And this all things come to in my all these things come to my mind, and it pushed me toward this research, that to study the students of grade to study why the students of grade 5 are not able to apply the gain knowledge of health, hygiene and cleanliness in their daily life. As we know, from nursery onwards, we give all this basic knowledge to students. Then so many questions come in my mind, that really students know all these things? If they know, the what are the things which are stopping them to apply this? How can I motivate them? How can I motivate them and encourage them to aware others, society, to our society? Then these questions gave me the result that these are my objectives for the research. That first I have to identify that students know all these basic rules of health, hygiene and cleanliness. Then second, they should able to apply this in their daily life. The third objective was to motivate them to apply all these things, but at the same time, they should motivate others, make aware about all these things to their society also. So I started collecting the data. But when I started asking the question from the students, I was not getting the fair answer. That was the biggest challenge, because they were not ready to accept that they are not following the rules of health, hygiene and cleanliness in their daily life. So I started a secret watch on them in class, while the lunch period. Even I started taking the screenshot of their birthdays, which they post on the status. From where all these things I get my data. And the basic and the biggest support was the medical report, which was collected by me from the office. As we know, in BMC schools, we have a medical checkup. That report I have collected. So from after collecting all this data, I had taken an interview and shown them all these things. And in that, before starting the interview, I have taken a small moral story, and I have asked them, no one is going to observe you. Just place your mask, which you are wearing, on your eyes, and you can give your response only by raising the hand. That time I get the correct result. I come to know that there are 86 to 60%, 86 students and 60% of parents, they were not aware of the bad effects of using the plastic in their daily life. Even there were 48% of parents only who were offering the fast food to their wards. If they do anything good, they offer the fast food. There was 48% students who are lazy. Even I get the data that 84% of parents or sometime they were not focused toward all these things, and they are not aware of the importance of health, hygiene and short details which we require in our daily life. So all these findings which I have get, it promote me to do two things, because now I have completed my two objectives. The first was to find that they are having, did they have the knowledge of health, hygiene and cleanliness in their daily life or not. So few of them were having the knowledge, basic knowledge of all these things. The second objective was my completed, which was that knowing what are the reasons which are stopping them. What are the reasons which are stopping them to not follow these rules? Now, two objectives was complete. My focus was on the remaining two, which was to aware them, not only them, but their parents also, that what are the bad effects of not following the rules of health, hygiene and cleanliness in daily life, not even at home, but at school and wherever you go, you have to follow these rules. And the second was stimulate the lazy students and the parents. These all things I have to do. So I started doing few steps, where the first I have did what? Adorable panel. This adorable panel was having a record of their daily routine, like what they bring in their tiffin from fast food to how they behave in a class. And that was monitored by the health officers. I have made few health officers, and the health officers was given the duties to see all these things while the student is dressing up properly or not, is he is bringing fast food in his life, in his lunch, not in life, in his lunch, and then how he behave in the class. Is he throw the garbage in a dustbin only, or it is near his benches? All these things were observed, and we have get a detailed chart of it. Then I have taken a less talk sessions, not with only students, but with parents also. That was also useful, where I have aware them that what are the bad effects of using the plastic tiffins and bottle in daily life. Then I have taken a competition which was build or make your own pledge, and the best pledge was written on the board, and we all had taken that pledge in the class. After that, go green activities. I have taken few activities in the class, like it was not all for the class level, but for the school level, that we have made a handmade flags, which we can use after the flag 26th August, which we have used, and we have planted that flags. And then I have made one more activity. I have taken one more activity where I have made a handmade soap. And for a week, we have used that handmade soaps in our class. And with this, few yoga sessions we have taken. We have, I have introduced them how to tear the wrappers, because the small pieces of wrappers which we make while opening the chocolate or wafers, it is not reusable, or it is difficult to gather it. So I have taught them how to tear that wrappers. All these things was done by me. The result was very much good, because now this time when I saw my class, they start self-help. After making any activity in a class, if there is a litter, they just go pick the litter with their own and they throw it. In case they take the help of BVG, so they say first sorry to her and then thank her for her efforts. And even they get a good remark from the BVG. In the class, she come and she said that आपका क्लास ऐसा रहता है ना मैडम, मेरे को झाड़ू नहीं करना होता है. I have just sometime I have to take a round, और मैं सिर्फ जो डस्टबिन में है I throw that outside. आपका क्लास सबसे अच्छा क्लास है. So that was the best remark which I get from the BVG only. Then after this, I have taken no plastic things in my class. Now in my class, almost all students use the steel bottle and steel tiffin. Then there was one organization which was Circle organization. To them, it was the efforts taken by Archana Miss. We have donated the reusable things. It may be electronics, plastic waste, whatever the waste it is, but it is reusable. So we have donated that waste to that organization, and they have given the appreciation to us also. And last but not the least, the awareness, spreading the awareness. So my students started taking the sessions of parents, and whatever things I have made them aware of, now they were taking this to their awareness. They were spreading this awareness to their parents, and they also convinced their parents to take the oath, which was written by them only. And with all these things, I get my results. So during all this journey, I have observed that learning process, we know we focus on the learning process, but what will happen if the student is not regular due to his health problem? What will happen if the student is not regular with her sessions? Because health, hygiene and cleanliness don't allow him to get regular. उसका ध्यान ही पूरा सर्दी में है, खांसने में है. How he will focus on the studies? Therefore, I have taken a step towards it. But here I come to know a one and most important thing, that awareness, spreading awareness and motivation is very important. As we say, कि sharpening the saw is very important. In our D.Ed or B.Ed, we have also done the research, but we have never taken a step जब तक Swapna Miss has not introduced us कि you can also do a research. She motivated us, she aware us about these steps. She has done this for me and you all, and I have done this for my students, and I get a good result that now they are following all the rules of cleanliness, health and hygiene in my class. Thank you for giving this opportunity.
Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you so much, Deepika. That was a brilliant thing about health and hygiene, and yeah, a very detailed study of health and hygiene. And I think you took it ahead with students, you took it forward to parents as well. So involving community in the research is also a very good thing. So thank you so much, Deepika. And next on the floor is Mrs. Alka Mishra from MPS Chikuvadi CBSE School. Alka will be talking about lack of confidence while presenting. Why students have lack of confidence while presenting? I think she has come up with brilliant solutions for it. Over to you, Alka.
Thank you so much. Okay, so I just wanted to share one short story. In the beginning, when we colleagues used to discuss our achievements, like what all things we did in the class with the students, when it was online, I always used to feel proud and say ki I have the maximum participation in my class. So whenever that trend was there, we used to make collage and share it in the school group. Same I used to do, and I used to struggle to keep all my kids in that collage. So 36 students participating, 37 participating. So my collage used to have many short, small pictures of my kids. But then when the offline school started, I took my first, I gave them topic and I was, very confident they all are going to speak nicely because I have seen them presenting during the online classes. Now, when I gave them the topic and I asked them to come and present, none of them were ready to come and present in the class. So that time I thought, why they are not presenting if they were very active during the online sessions? So I started speaking to them, why you're not coming in front and presenting? That time, many questions arose in my mind. So here are few questions which I have noted. So maybe they are hesitating to speak in front of the students because from last 2 years, they haven't spoken in front of a mob because they were at home. Maybe they, why they are not coming out of their comfort zone and speaking, why they are hesitant, and why they are not participating when I gave them the choice to have their own groups. Then what stops them from sharing their views? Why they are not confident? So these are few questions that arise in my mind. Then I thought I will take this part as an exploratory action. I started discussing about the same topic in the class, in the staff room, because I was a little nervous because I used to be like, yeah, my kids are good, they will be participating. And suddenly they stopped participating. So I did some online research, then classroom observation, discussion with the subject teacher. So with different subject teachers, I started discussing the same thing. Is it happening in your subject also? Or is it because it is English in the class? Then I had peer discussion with my teachers. Then I came up with some of the problems, like, a unanimous view of what can be the problem with the students. I realized it can be due to lack of confidence, fear of making mistakes, lack of motivation, fear of comparison with the other kids, and lack of adequate vocabulary. So it can happen due to these reasons. So this was the, outcome of the discussion that we did, the exploratory actions we did within our staff room or through online researches. Then here are some of the things that I've found, and I tried this in the classroom. So using props. So students, when they come in front of the class, they get nervous. So what I thought of doing is I gave them some props so that they are busy in exploring their props and explaining it to the class instead of looking at that and them and getting nervous. So they were busy with the props, they were explaining using the props, and it worked. Then I gave them some vocabulary. So from first, second standard only, we are taught use this sentence, use this word in a sentence, make sentences. This is the common topic that we use in English. That theme I used in the class. I gave them different topics for each group. I gave them 1 or 2 days. They discussed and then came up with their presentation. So they had the vocabulary, they had the topic, and they had time to prepare themselves. Then group presentation. Now we all take group presentation. What was new in this? Here I gave one topic to one group. They had their presentation ready of 5 to 6 pages. Now what was different is every child was given one topic. So subtopics each one of them had. So while presenting as a group, only the leader was not presenting. Everybody had their part and they all presented in turns. So here that made a slight difference because they had their part and they knew that the next one will continue only if I do my part. Next one was pair work. So here what I did is I gave them some topic and I asked them to share with their partner, then come in front and share with the whole class. So here they got the practice in pairs with their friends, and when they were on the stage, they were with their partner. So they knew he also knows that thing. He will help me if I get stuck. So that pair work also helped. Rewards and motivation. Like one of my friends already said, rewards and motivation, it always works. It can bring wonders. So here also the same thing I followed. We started giving them certificates. Asunta ma'am took the initiative and we had certificates for every participation. So whenever they got some, we had allocation competition, we had speech competition, dramas. For everything, we started giving them certificates. That helped them to come in front and speak because they knew their participation will be acknowledged somewhere. So that also helped me. So these are some of the activities that I conducted. Now, at a personal level, how it helped me. I could see the change in my students. And that confidence in my students brought a confidence in myself too. So that was a learning point for me that if I bring confidence in my students, that will automatically give me more confidence as a teacher. And this research, why it was more important? Because as I was doing that, the whole thing, the steps, I could get more close to my kids. I could know what they are feeling, why they are lacking behind. So in all, I can say that sharing helped in exploring. All my colleagues, my HM, my teachers, they all supported me and I could do this. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Alka. It was a wonderful research based on the assertiveness and confidence, raising the confidence skill among students. Brilliant work done. A big clap to Alka, please. And the next to present here is Shrutika Indulkar from MPS Azizbagh CBSE School. Shrutika is going to speak about problems in online learning. Over to you, Shrutika.
Every classroom has some educational process, and every educational process is a communication cycle, okay, where teachers become sender of the educational message and students become the receiver of the educational message. But this shouldn't stop here. Teachers should try to seek feedback from the students, right? And the students' feedback tells teacher where she should improve. so that the next session shall be conducted in the classroom will be more entertaining, more engaging, and joyful for the students. Hello everyone, my name is Shrutika Nilesh Indulkar from MPS Ajisbag CBSE School, and today I'm going to talk about my exploratory research which helped me understand why to focus on problems and how to enhance the future performance. So I have divided my presentation into 5 points and I'll try to cover it in 5 minutes. Title of my research is an empirical study of problems faced by the students of 6th grade during COVID-19 lockdown period in online learning. An empirical study means a study which is based on practical experiences. Okay, so now the title is clear. Why this topic was selected? It was a huge challenge for all the students to get the entire class online during COVID-19 lockdown period. I think we all will agree on this. And every absent student in the class had some of the other story to tell. So that motivated me to take this topic as a research problem. So after taking this problem as a topic for my research, I started reviewing related literature. And there I learned that I should customize my data collection method. Okay, so to collect the data, I started taking interviews of students, but then I realized they are not speaking truth about the entire process. Like if you ask any student about how was the online session, did you like it? Did you like the activity? They say, yes, teacher, it was very nice, very nice. They don't tell you the truth and you don't get what exactly you're looking for. So I decided to create a Google form. I created it, I sent it to the students, and it worked well. After collecting data through the Google form, I took a little help of Excel to tabulate the data. And after tabulating the data, I got the better view with the help of these graphs. As you can see, I've tried to display all the questions with the graphs over here. It gave me a better view of the situation, like what exactly happened during COVID-19 lockdown period. Did I do well, or what were the problems faced by my students? Now, what I learned from that side. Students enjoyed learning online. They were really comfortable with that. But they also said that online learning is not suitable for all the subjects. No, because what they like is engaging learning, which they get in offline learning. They like peer learning, they like to mingle with their friends, they enjoy that a lot. And they remember everything they study in groups for longer period of time. So they prefer offline over online. Then, another thing, the major problem here was basic requirement of online education is a gadget. Okay, to learn online, you need to have a gadget with you. And a parent with 3 to 4 or more than 5 children cannot provide a gadget to every student, every child that he has in his home. So availability of the gadget was the biggest problem, and student had to suffer for that. Then what I learned through this is program learning can be used as an alternative. We can switch to a hybrid model of imparting education. Like whenever required, we can switch to online, or we can organize some better learning environment in the classroom by taking the students engaged in the activity. Then there's one more thing. This is a generalized conclusion. We can either go for hybrid or switch to self-paced program learning in future. Well, now what is self-paced program learning? Program learning is a study course customized for individual students by the teacher. And self-paced learning is a kind of learning where students are not forced to complete the study course in the limited period of time. Only learning is given more attention. That means you're learning online whenever gadget is available to you, and you're learning with your own speed. Nobody is forcing you complete this study course now. So only learning is given motivation. Students learn with the gadget whenever it is available online. So this is how we can develop a hybrid model. So I would like to conclude with a quote. Warren Buffett has said, "It takes 20 years to build a reputation, and it takes 5 minutes to ruin it." When you think about that, you learn to do things differently. Thank you very much for listening. Thank you, Swapna ma'am, for giving me opportunity to think about all this. I think without you, I would have not done this with this thought of learning something new. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Shrutika. And yes, there's a saying called as we can take horse to water, but drinking part is done by horse. The thing is that I just motivated you. I never thought it would come up with a brilliant research like this. Shrutika, thank you so much. Can we give a big clap to Shrutika for the online learning problems for she hunted for? And the next one is Mr. Deepak Vekhende from MPS Bhavani Shankar CBSE School. Deepak is going to talk about teaching simple past tense. And what are the strategies for teaching simple past tense? Yeah, okay. Before Deepak, I think Mishra sir and Bandari sir would like to take exit, but before they take exit, we would like to hear from you, sir. Both of you. What do you think about the program? Your ideas about the program, and a little of motivation from your end. Over to you, sir, Mishra sir.
Thank you. It's a great pleasure to be present here. It's very far away from the western side. Then also, I managed how to come. I took help of Rupal. So we are very grateful and thankful for organizing such a wonderful program from Swapna Madam and our staff. We are very grateful and thankful. They had done research on various subjects. Today I have learned that health, hygiene, even toilets, washrooms also. So we have to take care of that. Washrooms also. Madam has a suggestion. We should visit the toilets. So we have to do that. We'll promise he will solve that problems. Slow learner, this maths problem solving, word problems. So many subjects they had discussed and they had presented very nicely without any hesitation. All the teachers had presented this presentation very strongly and they put their strong points on that. So I'm very grateful from CBSE ICSE cell to all the teachers, staff, and but also Swapna Madam, who had worked hard by conducting the research, this Zoom meeting or any online meetings after 7. Once I joined, that time I was on the way to home. I heard something, then I leave that Zoom meeting because I was busy. So we are very grateful, thankful, and wish you best of luck for the future. As Kankal sir had said that 25 classrooms are managed with action research. Now you can inculcate this action research to your friends and colleagues so that they can also understand these things. So best of luck from my side. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mishra sir, and for your kind words of motivation. And yes, you were there when the entire journey started. And after 7 o'clock also, some of the times officers were there in the session. So it was not just me and you, it was officers who were on the floor who were continuously motivating us. May I now request Bandari sir, with officer CBSE sir, to say a few words.
Good afternoon, Mr. Sir, and I'm very happy to see here. This program I have already experienced in online. Today participated 5 head teachers, principals, 22 teachers, and different topics. Your research, this is just your beginning. And whatever you have selected topic, you have very nicely work on it and completed and presentation. Few of you have presented. Later on, remaining will be presented, and it will be not helpful to only your teacher, not yourself, but it will be helpful to many and many students of our MCGM staff. And this online program is going on. It will be helpful to other school also. And thank you, Swapna Madam, to organize such a big program. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Bhandare sir, and for attending the event. And without your support, this wouldn't have been possible. And then now let us move on to the next presenter who is waiting for his presentation, Mr. Deepak Vekhande. Okay, can we all give a big clap to the officers for sparing time for our program? Thanks a lot, sir. Okay. Over to the next presentation. Deepak, over to you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Deepak Vekhande from MPS Bhavani Shankar Road. And the topic of my presentation is improving students' understanding in simple past tense. So to begin with, when we started offline school, I started conducting some speaking and writing activities in my classroom. So I took class 6 last year and 27 students were there. So when I started conducting these activities, I found that majority of the students made mistakes in tense. But good thing was that they were very confident in speaking. So that was the best part. But I found that I have to work on accuracy. So I conducted few activities like onion ring and simple activities like what did you do yesterday, write a story by giving some words. And I wrote 2 questions for my research. That is, why do students make mistakes in simple past tense? And what opportunities do they have to use simple past tense? So I started collecting the data. So I did classroom observation while conducting, and I made their notes of their mistakes. I also invited my colleague to observe my activities. He also made some notes. I checked students' writing work, also students' performance on speaking activities. So findings from my exploration page. So 65% students made mistakes in simple past tense. So there are a variety of mistakes were there. First of all, writing wrong use of past tense. For example, adding ed only to all the verbs. Second thing, some students used only the base verb. So for example, I go to the market yesterday. So they did not write went. Some students use the mixture of regular and irregular verb. So for example, kept, sold. Okay, so that I also think I found. Some students, they don't know the past tense of the form. Some students made mistakes in questions and in negatives. And some mistakes were like slip of tongue. Okay, so these were my findings from the first phase. So then I planned some activities. So I conducted few activities like complete the story. I gave them 5 to 6 words. They have to write a story. Then what did you do yesterday, or describe a special event, or you can describe a special photo. So they did that. Then I also conducted noughts and crosses, bingo, jump left and jump right to regular and irregular verbs. Then find someone who activity for negatives and questions. So did you go, for example? Then noticing activity, I gave them a text. They have to underline the verb, identify the past tense of the verb. I also used got it activity, and they gave them common mistakes. So when I conducted speaking activities, I used to write their mistakes. Then I used to write the mistakes on the board, and they have to discuss with their peer and find out the mistakes. I also used some techniques while teaching these simple past tense. So I focused on the meaning, form, then timeline. I do timeline also on the board. You can see in the picture or photo. I also focused on CCQs, concept checking questions. So generally we ask, do you understand? Everyone says yes. But instead of that, I ask concept checking questions to check whether they really understood or not. I also focused on delayed error correction. I did not corrected them on the spot. They might lose their confidence while speaking. So I made notes of their mistakes. I also focused on echoing. When they made mistake, I used to say, okay, cut it. So they used to correct themselves only. I also focused on error correction codes. So during correcting the writing task, I underline the word. For example, cutted is there, underline it and write V. So they used to correct themselves. Then findings, 25% mistakes I found in my findings. So previously it was 65, now 25. So I got 40% positive result. Then use of WAC to teach grammar points that I learned from this research. WAC means visual, auditory, and kinesthetic. So generally, when we teach grammar, we use only technical, like only we focus on the form. Instead of that, you can teach grammar through activities. So activities provide meaningful practice. Also, classroom observation notes helps to design and select the appropriate activities for teaching tense. So these are my findings. And in reflection, ER project gave me the opportunity to develop professionally, and I got a positive feedback from the students. So I got the result also. And I learned one thing, that simple steps can lead to a big result, that I learned from this ER project. So now I'm very confident and motivated to do action research in future. So thank you so much, Swapna, for giving this opportunity. Thank you.
That's brilliant, Deepak. Lovely, lovely piece of work. There are some teachers, there are some teacher educators, there are some school leaders. They had not done research before. But looking at them, these are something professional researchers which have come up. So big clap to everyone here in the room. The next to present on the floor is, Mr. Ravindra Nannavre from MPS Karinagar CBSE School. And the research is basically about the ground. Why do students want to go on the playground every time? Now, the language is not a barrier here. I have allowed sir to speak in Hindi. He teaches Hindi to my students at Kaninagar, but he was very much interested in doing research. And this is a beautiful piece of work which he has done. Why students want to go on the ground every time. And the interesting things will come up through the research. Over to you, Ravi sir.
Namaskar. My Ravindra Nannavre, MPS Kananagar CBSE School. ओके ठीक है, थैंक यू। ओके, तो मेरा विषय बहुत अलग है। आप लोगों ने रिसर्च किया है सब क्लास के अंदर, मैंने किया क्लास के बाहर। अलग इसलिए है क्योंकि जब कोरोना समय के बाद जब बच्चे पहली बार स्कूल में आए तो मेरे पास तो दूसरी क्लास, और दूसरी क्लास के बच्चे बार बार मुझे ग्राउंड में खेलने के लिए बोलते थे। तो ये अजीब लग रहा था क्योंकि बच्चे ज्यादा तौर से बार बार नहीं बोलते, बोलते तो दिन में एक आध बार बोलते हैं, तो वो बच्चे बार बार बोलते थे, ऐसा क्यों, ये प्रश्न था। तो मैंने सोचा कि ये प्रश्न का उत्तर बच्चों से ही लिया जाए। तो जैसे कि हम सबको पता है अलग अलग आयु के बच्चे अलग अलग प्रकार के खेल खेलते हैं, और ये खेलना ये उनका स्वभाव है, और विभिन्न प्रकार के खेल बच्चों को संपूर्ण विकास में भी सहायक होते हैं। खेल से बच्चों का शारीरिक विकास, संवेगात्मक विकास, संज्ञात्मक विकास एवं नैतिक विकास भी होता है। और लेकिन एक प्रॉब्लम ऐसा है कि हमारे जो पालक है वो पालक खेल के प्रति नकारात्मक ज्यादा रहते हैं, और जो खेल और क्रियाकलाप होता है उससे वो बुरी तरह से प्रभावित है कि ये अच्छा नहीं है, बच्चे बिगड़ जाते हैं, ऐसा वो उनकी समझ है। लेकिन यह अनिवार्य है कि शिक्षक और माता पिता खेल के महत्व को समझे। खेल के प्रकारों में अन्वेषात्मक खेल, रचनात्मक खेल और नियमबद्ध खेल भी शामिल होते हैं। खेल में सांस्कृतिक विभिन्नताएं भी देखी जाती है। खेल से मनुष्य की मनोवैज्ञानिक जरूरतें पूरी होती है तथा यह मनुष्य को सामाजिक कौशलों के विकास का भी अवसर देता है। तो विषय तो मेरा ऐसा है कि कक्षा दूसरे के विद्यार्थी मैदान में खेलने के लिए क्यों उत्सुक रहते हैं, इसकी खोज करना और इसकी परिणामकारिता जांचना। जैसे कि मैंने आपको बताया कि बच्चे का प्रश्न यही मेरे लिए खोज का कारण था। तो ये विषय लेने के पीछे का यही मेन कारण है कि कक्षा दूसरी के छात्र बार बार मुझे क्यों बोलते हैं कि हमें ग्राउंड में भेजो, खेलने के लिए छोड़ो। तो कोरोना समय के बाद कक्षा दूसरी के बच्चे पहली बार स्कूल में आए थे। पहली बार मतलब वो पहली पढ़े नहीं, 19-20 और 20-21 दोनों समय स्कूल घर से चलता था, इसलिए वो स्कूल में आए ही नहीं। पहला कारण ये है। दूसरा कारण ऐसा है कि बच्चे जब अपने दोस्तों के साथ मिले स्कूल में तो उनको उनके साथ खेलने में बहुत अच्छा लगता था। और तीसरा कारण ऐसा है कि हमारे डिपार्टमेंट ने, बीएमसी ने इतने अच्छे ग्राउंड बनाए हैं, इतने आकर्षक ग्राउंड बनाए हैं, उसमें खेलने के लिए भी इतनी अच्छी चीजें दी है कि बच्चों को रहा नहीं जाता था। ये 3 कारण है। तो ये कारण मैं इसलिए बता रहा हूँ कि ये कारण बच्चों से जब मैंने प्रश्न पूछा तो उन्होंने ये कारण मुझे बताए हैं। तो इस संशोधन के लिए हमने जो पद्धति होती है संशोधन की, उसके लिए प्रायोगिक पद्धति का हमने उपयोग किया है। उसमें कुछ बच्चों की मुलाकात ली गई थी और उसमें कुछ प्रश्न पूछे गए थे बच्चों से, और एक कॉमन प्रश्न जो था बच्चों का वो था कि आपको मैदान में खेलना क्यों पसंद है। उसमें बहुत सारे बच्चों ने उत्तर दिया कि मुझे खेलना अच्छा लगता है। किसने बोला दोस्तों के साथ खेलना अच्छा लगता है। किसी ने बोला जो मैदान में जो खेलने के साधन है, सीसॉ है, झूला है, उसमें खेलना अच्छा लगता है। और बहुत सारे लोगों ने तो कॉमन ही उत्तर दिए कि बच्चों के साथ या दोस्तों के साथ खेलना और मैदान में खेलना अच्छा लगता है। लेकिन इसमें एक बच्चे का उत्तर तो बहुत अलग था। उसने बोला सर मैं माइंड फ्री करने के लिए खेलता हूँ, मुझे खेलने के लिए जाना है क्योंकि मैंने माइंड फ्री करना है। बोले इतना छोटा बच्चा है, बोले इतने जल्दी थक रहा है तो इतने जल्दी माइंड फ्री करने के लिए जा रहा है। बोलता ऐसा अच्छा लगता है, खेलने के बाद ऐसा लगता है कि एकदम फ्री हो गया। मतलब ऐसा बच्चों के उत्तर आते थे। फिर कुछ बच्चों ने मुझे ऐसे उत्तर दिए कि सर हमारे घर के आसपास ऐसे खेलने के लिए चीजें नहीं है। कि हम सब जानते हैं कि जो बीएमसी स्टूडेंट आते हैं वो सब स्लम से आते हैं, उनके घर में पास कोई मैदान ऐसा रहता नहीं या कोई सुविधा भी नहीं रहती, बहुत कम जगह में और लोग रहते हैं। तो उनके पास ये सुविधा न होने के कारण जब स्कूल में आते हैं तो हमारे जो बीएमसी ने उनको जो सुविधा दी है उसका उनको अच्छा लगता है, वहां पे जाके खेलना, उसका आनंद लेना। तो इस तरह से बच्चों के मन की जो बातें थी हमने इस संशोधन से पता की कि उनको खेलना क्यों अच्छा लगता है। और इससे हमारे जो महत्वपूर्ण बातें है ये है कि बच्चों के शारीरिक विकास में भी हमें खेल महत्वपूर्ण है। उसके बाद उसमें खेलों द्वारा बालकों में त्वरित निर्णय क्षमता, समन्वय, समायोजन, वस्तुओं की जानकारी, साहस, सद्भावना जैसे गुणों का स्वभाव उनमें विकसित होता है। विद्यार्थियों को उनके घर के पास खेलने के मैदान नहीं होते हैं, इसकी वजह से वो मैदान में खेलने के लिए जाते हैं। मित्रों के साथ समन्वय बनाने में उनको सहयोग मिलता है, उनका शारीरिक विकास होता है, मानसिक विकास होता है और सामाजिक विकास भी होता है। ये इसके परिणाम। थैंक यू।
Yeah. Thank you so much, Ravi sir. And the poster is big enough because we are going to display this poster in MPS Kaninagar CBSE school campus. The campus itself is really beautiful, and if you can see the pictures downstairs, the garden is brilliant. And thank you so much, Ravi sir, for this brilliant piece of work. As I was a little reluctant in the beginning, but he had a very good points. A big clap to Ravi sir for presenting his research. Language is not a barrier. Our point was doing a research. The next one to come is, Mrs. Poonam Borude from MPS Mithagar CBSE School. And Poonam is going to speak more about writing skills, developing writing skills of students. Over to you, Poonam.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Poonam Borude from MPS CBSE Mithagar School. And I know here are very good researchers are performing here before me. And now I want to explain here my research. It is about develop writing skill among grade 1 students in offline class. Many of the school of our BMC started from 15th of Jan or 15th of Feb, but our school MPS CBSE Mithagar, it started from 15th of March 2022. Because as our school is as a COVID center, that's why we started our school very late, and we get only 15 days our students with us. And when we started our school, at that time, when I enter the class and I writing something on the board, and students are started crying. And they say, ask their first standard students, because of the lockdown, they are not going to school. So they don't know how to write from the board, how to copy from the board. And they started crying and they asked me, teacher, I don't know, you have to send this on the WhatsApp. I will write this at the home. So this is the motivation for me. Students ask notes on WhatsApp, and the boy who is asking me every day, teacher, मैं 2 times लिखूंगा, आप WhatsApp पे भेजो. Teacher, I say no. Then also he asked me, teacher, आप मैं 5 times लिखूंगा. I will write 10 times. That means he will write. He can write, but he don't want to write in the school. He every from the first standard, I thought only 5 to 6 students are writing in the class, and many of the students wants their homework on the WhatsApp group. And parents also same. They tell teacher, please send the homework on the WhatsApp. Whatever you are giving in the class work also you have to send in the class. But then I started thinking, why don't they want to write in the class? Because in the online class, they are writing, they know writing, and they have very good handwriting also. Then why they don't want to write? Then I started for the data collection, why this is happening with the students. So I have some informal chat with my colleagues, because only I found that problem or others also. So I have that informal chat with my colleague, and also my family member, those who are having same age child. Also, I am taking interview of the parents. I also talk with the students at that time, why they don't want to write. And then I get my findings here. Some finding, the first finding is the poor vision of students. That means in the lockdown period, they are using more use of mobile phone and the screen time is more. That's why they have the poor vision. They couldn't see whatever writing on the board. The second findings, students fail to understand teachers' handwriting. Many of the CBSE teachers, they are from convent, so they are writing everything in the cursive. Or some letters like T, F, students are facing problem of understanding and they couldn't write it. And the third, student wanted to play in the school. Why? Due to the pandemic, parents didn't allow them to play with other children at home. Because we all know we are very caring with our kids also, because at that time COVID is at that level, so parents are not allow them at home to play, so they are playing at school. They want to play here only. So some parents help children to write at home. When we are giving some homework in the online classes, so parents are help them to write, and parents are sit with them. So students are habitual with that, and they are want to write at home only. At home, parents pressurize children to study because they have work from home or other works. So they wanted to child to be engaged with the studies. So they are pressurized children, don't play in at home, you have to write here. So what they thought, teacher, please, you have to give this at home now. We will write at home. Here we want to play. So many students fail to write in the class because they mostly solve online worksheet during online classes. Or they are habitual with that and they are interested because online worksheets are very interesting. So they like these worksheets only. Student doesn't have time bound because in the online class, teachers send everything on the mobile phone. So they can write it as per their mood, as per their time, and as per their what they want, when they want. So they can write as per their speed limit also. And the last findings of my class, I found some students are having ADHD and dyslexia problem. So ADHD means what? ADHD means attention deficiency hyperactive disorder. So many students are very hyperactive and they couldn't sit at one place. So they could not write anything from the board. So every time they came to your board and they are just observing it and they want to one letter they write, then they go back again they write one letter, then came to here. So they don't have that attention. So they have that attention disorder. Now every problem has a creative solution. And then I started to plan what I have to do for this, because as a maths teacher, we know, sir, we need to be write everything on the board and students should write this everything, whatever teacher giving them to. So I started finding solution for this and I found many solutions. But that one good thought, it inspired me for that. Handwriting is connected to the heart. If you want to improve anyone's handwriting, you have to connect it to the person's heart. So you have to, and when we can connect it with the heart, with the love or the praise or the appreciation. So that motivation is the vital role in my research. So I give motivation to the student because my student don't have problem of writing. They can write, but I have to motivate them to write in the class. So I just use some techniques in the class. The first technique is show me thumb. So while conducting this technique in my class, I am writing one sentence on the board and then I just wait for them. And those who have completed their sentence, they show me thumb. So you can see in the picture, students are showing me. Only 4 or 5 students are not showing me thumb. That's why they are not writing. Then the second technique I'm using, that selfie time. Do you know that Snapchat app is there, which is very nice and students are enjoying while they are taking. Those who are write speedily, I am taking selfie with them. So they are very happy with that. Teacher is taking a selfie with me. So they are making a queue when they finish. Teacher, I done. So you have to take a selfie with me. So they are very happy with that. And these are some snaps of my students and me. I'm using the Snapchat over there. And the last technique which I use, because I am just having hardly 7 or 8 days for this activity, because from 1st April we are having our exams. So motivational symbols, that is like a reward stickers I'm using. You can easily get available the stickers from the market, or I can draw the sticker on their book. So they will very happy by getting this type of stickers. Excellent, super work, keep it up. So my all students are very happy and they want every this. So from this entire research, I experience in this journey, I understand every child is a different, and their every child psychology is also different, and motivation is very important for them. So as a teacher, if we are giving them motivation through like this small thing, then they will get inspired and they can write in the classroom. And from this research, 80% of my class, they are writing in the class with the speed. But those who are not still writing, so I still working on it. So this is my journey of research. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you so much, Swapna ma'am, to giving me this opportunity.
Thank you so much, Poonam. There is an announcement for you all. Like I have started the lunch counter. So those who are done with the presentations, you can please serve yourself, and others will still continue presenting. We cannot stop because the event is live. People are watching us. So we'll still continue with the presentation. You can serve yourself. You can take the plates over here. You can enjoy while the presenters are presenting. Okay. Let's move on to the next presentation. And the presenter is Mrs. Pushpa Mary Chandrasekhar, MPS Chikuwadi CBSE School. And Pushpa Mary ma'am has done a lovely research on questioning skills. So let's see what interesting things comes up. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you. Hi, all of you. Here I'm doing something. What comes to your mind? Anything came to your mind? Question. Some question. What am I doing? Why is she doing? Right? So these questions I've seen since I'm an experienced teacher. I've seen in all trainings, those teachers who are attentive, those who are confident, they only put forth the questions. And others are just resting and watching others discussing, right? So this thing happened in my class after the school physical school started. During the online class, I was feeling my class is the best class. I am teaching, I was teaching to 6th standard, which now gone to 7th standard. And the children were very active, not all of them. Okay, because online we could not see all the children at a time. We just saw a few children, laptop or phone, few children we could see, and we judged by looking at the children. Yes, they are focusing. Yes, they are participating. But when the physical school started, we got the real image. Okay. And then all of us were on our toes. Oh my God, now what to do? Yes. So it was in January 22nd, I think. The group was formed for EAR. And it was told that we are given an opportunity to make a study, to do a research. Then it all started. I started with the word research. Because for me, research is research. Then I got the quotation that research is seeing what everybody has seen and thinking what nobody has thought. So it was really exciting thing for me. I said, okay, I'm going to think something differently. And then I said that my class is not at all questioning. It is all passive. Children are very passive. So I wanted to make them more active. Through what way? I'll make them ask questions in the class. Questioning not only for communication, questioning is also for confidence. Who all questions? Those who are confident. Yes. Communication, everybody can do. Every one of us are comfortable sitting there and talking. But once we come here, there is some dhad over here and some tremors going on, right? So I focused on this, that I am going to, my topic was developing the questioning skill to build confidence among students. So ma'am started the session. During the second session, we discussed about Muse and SWOT and all. And then Muse, full form we gave you. There is a word urgent. I said, is this urgent? Asking question skill, is this urgent? So I got confused. Should I take some other topic or should I continue? But then I said, yes, it is urgent, because I got a quotation that the butterflies are beautiful because the caterpillars work very hard. So our primary children, if they work very hard, when they go to higher classes, they are going to become beautiful. So the work starts actually from the primary session. One of our teachers said that she's a Shikshan Sevak. She's working more harder than us. Yes. And I was really, I always appreciate. And I see my children that whatever appreciation I want, the same thing the children also want. They want motivation, they want appreciation, and the magic classroom. I know I learned many things from British Council training and Pehle Akshar training. Superb trainings our departments are giving so that we can stand here and speak in front of at least some 10 to 20 people. Then my topic started. Some 15 days I took to practice only these questions. Who, where, what, why, when, how. Okay. So I gave different chances, made some props and gave them some images and made them talk, made them ask questions. Then there was mind mapping. How am I going to make them ask more questions, make them more interactive in the classes, in my class? So I thought of interview program, I thought of individual question asking, pair question asking, group activity, but I use the new method, which is invented by my own self. I call it as from cell wall to nucleus. That is from the group activity to individual. Okay, so group activity. See, we also, when we are in a group, we are more confident. We come up with ideas. We all put it together and one person goes and gives the idea, presents it in front of others. So the children were enjoying it. I just made it clear that I'm going to make this enjoyable to the students, not some taxing. Unknowingly, they should learn things. That is more important. But because if we disclose the objective, uska sab maja khatam ho jata hai. So we did so many things. Interview, wonderful interviews. Of course, they needed some help. But then I picked up some good students who have come from good schools, and we made group and they could do everything. And here, learning as a teacher in this research, I found that there is limitation with every one of us, even with our children. So we should give them sufficient time. Every child needs different time sequence. Like, some children pick up, grasp things very fast. Some children take little more time. Some children really need our patience. And our task is towards bringing up those children who need our patience. So really, it is good that we work for the children who need us the most. I found out that how and why are difficult interrogative words. How and why. Children find it difficult to ask questions using how and why. But if you see here, who, which, where, when, what, these are all easy interrogative questions for children. They ask it easily. But these two, they find it difficult. And I found that questioning minds are more courageous. They can stand up and ask questions. It makes them more courageous, creative. They can think in a different way and also confident. So these are all interlinked. Once a child starts questioning, the child is courageous, the child is creative, and finally the child is confident. So once a child is confident, the child comes up with the doubt. Those who are not confident, they don't come up with their doubt. These children who are confident, they come up with their doubt, they clear their doubt, and they become better learners. So my objective was creating confidence among the students so that they become better learners. Okay? How? By focusing on questioning skill. Then I made a detailed study at the initial level. I put up all these questions. What question only 50% of students could ask. And at the end level, 95% of my class could ask what question. Where only 45 here initially, and here 85% could ask. Which 58% could ask, and here 72% could ask. Why? Which is a difficult level question. Why? 27% only could ask at the initial level, but at the end, 50% of the children could ask why. So these studies, I wrote reflecting notes. I discussed with my colleague. I have wonderful colleagues who are always encouraging. And this idea was given by Mangesh. Mangesh sir, who's very creative, and he gives confidence to us, and all other my colleagues. They were very good, and we discussed and we sort out the problems, how to tackle the problems that we are facing with the children. Then to gather students, feedback to enable them to participate. When they become confident, their participation is also good. Whatever activities we take up, when they're confident, when they're able to ask questions, they feel confidence and they come up, their participation is better now. And one more thing is, I was giving them activities in such a way, a worksheet and all, where I was giving answers, they had to write questions. So this was reverse action. Usually what we do, we give the questions and we ask the answers from them. So here I went reverse. Now finally, after that, I came up with what next. What next for me is always giving opportunity to students to ask question at the end of the lesson. Because while evaluating and recapitulations, what we do, we ask the question, and we expect the answer from the students. But we are going reverse here, and I am taking the help of my colleagues also. We are going to follow this so that each child in MPS Chikuwadi becomes a confident child. And I'm very much sure once the child is confident, he or she is going to learn well, because he or she is going to tackle all the understanding problems that the child faces, and is going to clear all the doubt by asking questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Pushpamani ma'am. It was a brilliant work done by you. Questioning skill, working on questioning skill. And next to present on floor is Mrs. Archana Sante from MPS Woolen Mill ICSE School. And Archana is going to speak about historical events. Most of the time, children forget the chronological events. So how to teach them that? Over to you, Archana.
Hello. Good afternoon, one and all. I know it's lunch high time and you all are having lunch. Along with lunch, please look at the session. Yes. Now, first of all, I am a social studies teacher So when in the first meeting, I think so near about in the month of July, when Swapna ma'am took our first session. So she told that you just think of the subject on which you are going to research. I told social studies. So on the same evening when I called her, so ma'am are you a social studies teacher? I said, yes, ma'am. So are you going to do research in that subject? I said, yes, ma'am, because I am facing problem in that subject. So I wanted to do research in that particular subject. I said, ma'am said, go on with that then. My concept was to teach how to remember historical events in a chronological order. Because in history, all the dates, we have lot of dates, which when we were in the childhood, when we were in schools, even we were having the same problem of remembering the dates. When the First World War took place, when the second took place, when was the French Revolution? So those dates were very difficult for us to remember. Same way with the students also. So I thought that how this problem can be solved. So I thought of taking that topic, and my project will be explained by the cartoon characters. But being a grown-up person, we still like to learn through comics, learn through characters. So here I am presenting my project with the help of comic character Akbar and Birbal, and here there are two students. One is Harsh and one is Arya. So they are going to present my project in their. Let us see my project in their own words. Okay, so here Akbar is asking that why today Harsh is why he is unhappy, why he is looking sad, why he is sad today. So the answer is he's saying that history is such a boring subject. And it's very difficult to remember the dates and the events, and that too in chronological order. So then Akbar says that yes, it's a big problem. Even I was facing problem when I was there. I was being taught by my gurus. So then he said you need to take the help of the teacher. So one day when the teacher, one girl is saying, she is saying that few days back when I was singing Shrivalli song, the famous song, Shrivalli song with actions, my teacher asked, how did you memorize such a big song and that too with actions? So what I said to my teacher that madam, we got to see through pictures. We have seen those pictures many a times. I have seen that song many a times. Because of that, I am remembering that song with action. So it is easy to remember. So then our teacher thought, why don't I change the way of teaching? So then my teacher realized that the students learn effectively with the help of visual images, and so she changed her teaching method. Next, how she collected? So the next question was asked by Akbar that how did she collected the data? So then Arya said the teacher took our pre-test without giving any intimation. A test was given to the students, to the 20 students, and just they have to write whatever information, whatever knowledge, pre-knowledge they have to write the test. So then how was the test? Again Akbar asked. So the boy said, Harsh said, teacher had selected a group of 20 students. The test was based on what we had studied earlier. Then, so what Arya is saying, in the beginning, we were all tensed as we were not able to recall the concepts because that was taught us in earlier grades. So what it was very difficult for remembering. At that time, our teacher said, this is just a trial test to test how much you remember about the concepts. After the test, I am there to teach you everything. So children, don't worry. And when the teacher said, don't worry, children were free of their tension and they were ready to write the test. Next, what she did, our teacher checked our pre-test and collected the data. Then with the help of the charts and she had explained the concepts again. And at the same time, I personally, and then the boy is saying that when teacher, instead of using the old method of just reading and just explaining, the teacher used different techniques by using charts, okay, and by using different games, she had taught this concept. And now I am able to, the boy is saying that now I am thinking that now I am remembering the dates. Next day, on the first day, she took the test. She found out that where we were lacking. Next day, she made charts and she explained all the points with the help of charts. Third day, teacher had taken one game. She took a game. In that game, she had made two types of sets. One was the question set and one was the answer set. Answer. The children have to come in front. They have to choose any question which they want. They have to hold in one hand. Next, they have to go to the next counter. There, they have to search for the answer, which the teacher has taught earlier. And then they have to correlate the answer and then they have to show the answer. This way, the teacher has divided our class into two groups. Here, one will come with a question, then one with the answer. And this way, the children were able to find out the question as well as the answer. And on the third day, when the teacher was now everything was done. First day, pre-test was done. Second day and third day, the teacher has she has taught with the help of charts. She has taken the game. And on the fourth day, the teacher, she has taken the post test. And now the children were ready. They were confident. They know that now we know the whole concept and now we are ready for the test. And pre-test and post-test questions were same. And now there you can see the pie chart here. When in the first test, when the pre-test was taken, the children, they scored very badly. They had scored only one digit number in their test. And when the post-test, the children came out, maximum of them, they got out of marks and all of them, they got two-digit numbers. So this was a great achievement. You can see in the graph. And then the teacher realized that now this is the technique or this is the method which I am going to implement in all the lessons. And this was done. And really, this was done in the month of April. Okay. Now we have started. And last week I thought, let me see that whether my children are remembering what method I have taught them. Last week, what I did, I divided the group into 4 groups. I gave them each section, each one para, and I told them that you have to explain. So really, I was surprised. I gone and I sat in that bench, and one by one was coming and they were reading and they were explaining with them the way I have taught them. And it surprised me a lot. I thought that somewhere this project has helped to gain the confidence in my students, and that too in one of the dry subject which the children feel that history is such a boring subject. But today in MPS Woolen Mill School, children are not feeling history as boring. They are very happy. They said, Miss, it's very interesting. We love. You give us the lessons. We are going to come up and we are going to explain them. So this is the achievement. Thank you, Swapna ma'am, for encouraging me, for giving me this chance to carry out this project in my school. And I really, in future also, I'll be carrying on different researches in different subjects. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Archana. It was a lovely work in history. I mean, we have seen English, Hindi, Marathi languages. We also saw maths, and there is history as well. Thank you so much. That was a brilliant work. Next on the board is Mrs. Rutumbara Toge from MPS Karinagar CBSE School, and she has also worked on writing skills of grade 1. So grade 1 students also started saying that we don't want to write. And how did she motivated the students to write? She's going to come up with a lovely solution. There is a strategy which she used. And over to you, Rutumbara.
Yeah, thank you so much, ma'am, for giving this beautiful opportunity. Swapna ma'am every time motivated and guided me lots of things. Yes, for sure. After pandemic, I faced these difficulties in my class. Everyone is facing, but my class is different from others because my students doing everything in online. They submitted every what homework, every lesson, what is worksheet is that they will submit, but they not doing in the class now physical. This problem I'm facing. Then difficult roads lead to the beautiful destinations. I am going to buy this. And after this pandemic, my offline class is going on. Students came up and then I given them some things on platform. Yes, write this, do this. Many of the students writing, but some of them not writing. They don't want to writing anything. They don't want to copy from the platform. They are just want to sit in the class, observe the class, listen to class, eat the tiffin, and go back. Only they doing this thing. When I checking each one, then I found that yes, some students not writing. In online, everyone were writing, they submitting, but offline classes they not writing. Now what I will do? I totally disappointed because of this. Some student not writing. What I have to do? Now next thing is I talk this thing with my teachers and colleagues. Yes, I am facing this problem in my class. Are you or not? Then they replied me, yes, we also facing this problem. One of them, someone is suggested to me, Rutumra teacher, you ask them why they don't want to write, why they don't want to copy from the board. Then I asked them, yes, tell me why you not writing, why you don't copy from the board. Then someone telling me, teacher, my hand is paining when I started writing. Then I will not write. Then other one, teacher, you send it on group. Then I will copy from there. Then other one, teacher, I can't see that. And someone telling, yes, I will not writing. My mother will write. She will complete my homework and then I will show you. These things I got from them. Oh, this was the problem. Now I finding something and I discuss with my colleagues. One day you can see here all my colleagues there with Swapna mom and other one. Then I discuss with them what I do with this. Then they supported to me and guided me. Ritumbara, can you try this one thing? Write with me. And I applied this thing in my class. Student, write with me. When I writing, you also start write. And you also copy from the board. They started writing even when they do this. We all are writing the total number of the student, how many presents, how many absents. My students also copy that. Yes, now it is worked. Student can copy with me. Then I suggested them, don't write all the things, just write topic, today's date and date, and then all the description. And now solution is there. Write with me. This is the solution. My all team supported me, guided me, and this was done. And reflection is related to my journey from started to today. Reflection is we can develop the worst condition to best condition. My students, everyone is now writing. I learned so many things from this. What situation, how to develop it step by step. And this journey, sometimes I used the Google Scholar. I asked to ma'am, what I do? How can I do this? Then ma'am suggested me, you go on Google and search there. Google Scholar is there. You can find many researchers there. Many topics are there. And you can copy something from there. If you want to copy, then if you want to copy, then copy that. If you don't want, then don't. Forget. Then I go to Google Scholar and I get brief knowledge about the topic, related this topic, how to write, how to encourage the student, how to motivate them, how to develop their writing skill. And after that, their writing proficiency was good. And my knowledge and research is over here, starting from the student don't want to write there. I can't understand what they're written. Now, this stage developed by this, now they're writing everything neatly, cleanly, and I understand that, I can check that. And this was my research. Thank you so much, Swapna ma'am, given this wonderful opportunity. And I am too 617, ma'am, every time supported me, guided me. Yes, Rutumbara, you can do it. Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, that's the spirit of Rutumbara. Rutumbara, that was a brilliant research done by you. And children were really not writing well, and you can see you have shown the entire globe that yes, first standard kids can also write now. Next to present is Miss Poonam Bhaskar from MPS Woolen Mill ICSE School. Poonam is going to tell us why do students not understand scientific terminologies. So she is basically a science teacher, and this is a big, lovely poster. Over to you, Poonam.
Thank you, Miss. Good afternoon, one and all. It's Poonam Bhaskar from MPS Woolen Mill School. Basically, I'm a science teacher only. That's why I had taken this project, research. And due to this research only, I know that so many problems are faced by students while learning science.
So the topic or the research heading is a study of problem faced by 7th standard students while learning scientific terminology and scientific names of organisms in science. So the thing by which I get motivated that why why the students are learning science. The first question is in my mind that whether they know why they are using science in their curriculum, why this subject is included is in their curriculum. So most of the students gave me the answer that I want to become doctor, I want to become engineer. That's why this subject we are studying over here. The main motive of this subject is to encourage students to think scientifically. But the achievement is not like that. They are studying this subject only to achieve something in their future, that they want to become doctor, they want to become engineer. That's why they are studying this subject. So this is my first motivation. This gave me motivation that some students don't like subject. Why? Because it is very much, they get very much burden while learning the questions and answers, while learning the terms, while learning the concepts. The concepts are very easy. They know the things, but they are very, they feel very difficult to explain. The second motivation is that when they are pronouncing the terms or when they are pronouncing the names of scientific names of that organism, at that time they are not using that scientific names. They're using directly the local name of that organism. If I will give you one example, like Magnifera indica is the scientific name of mango tree, is it? But they are not using that scientific name while learning this science. They're using mango tree only. Due to this, what happened? They not recall the scientific name as soon as the teacher asked them the question. The second motivation of is that they are failed to recognize the concept, or they fail to get the concept as soon as the teacher says. Well, I would like to give one example that when I asked student about metaphors, at that time, teacher know that student know the process or the cycle of that butterfly. They know after caterpillar they converted into butterfly. But when this term is introduced to them, at that time they fail to explain. Then the last but not the least, that is quick recognition or the quick recognition of the scientific name of the elements. If I say carbon dioxide, at that time they know that this gas is there in our air, oxygen is there in our air, some elements, common elements like nitrogen, phosphorus, they know these elements, but they don't know the symbols of these elements because of the Latin name. Due to that Latin name, the symbols are different. So these are my motivation. Due to this, I select this topic. After that, I organize the objective of research. So the first objective of my research is to study about the pronunciation, to make sure that the student must pronounce the terms properly, to make sure that student by pronouncing the terms at that time they picturize the terms also. This is my objective. Then after that, the second objective is how to make student to recall the terms quickly. So for that, I had taken two main methods, that is questionnaire and the rating scale. The two things which I had used to collect the data, where they are feeling difficulty for recognizing, where they are feeling difficulty to pronouncing, what are the loopholes they are facing while doing study about science. So these are the methods which I use to collect the data. After collecting data, my learning, after collecting data, I observed that student wants hand-on experience. Student wants hand-on experience. For that, what I do, I give them constructive experiences like garden visit, then using model, explaining the terms by using model, by using charts, by using technology also. While doing experiments, at that time, I used to introduce each and every instrument to them so that they can get a pre-knowledge about the instruments also and how they are using while doing experiments also. These are my observations. And after that, by observing these all things, by observing this all things, my learning all from this all observation, my learning is that as a teacher, I learned how to research on the topic in which how to create interest in science subject, and due to this, on the after that, I get a result that observation after this research, students are confident about the pronunciation when they are using the things properly, when they are getting hand-on experience, when they are getting the concept with the help of model, with the help of chart, with the help of screen, with the help of experiments. When they get these all things in together, at that time, what happens? They are very much confident about the concept explanation. And due to that confidence, what they do, whenever they are pronouncing correctly because they are used to, they get habit, they get habit to use the word, the terms regularly while in the teaching learning process. And after that, these are the results which I get as I segregate students into teams, team 1, team 2, team 3. And meanwhile, I get the result that the team, as we compare, team 1, when there is team 1 at that time, the result is very low. And if we compare the result of team B, we get very good result. They take the they take the test very nicely. As I conclude that with the help of this research, within 1 month, the students can prepare the concepts properly. They are doing explanation properly by using scientific terms, by using scientific concepts properly. They are using scientific names of organisms. And one activity I had introduced with them, that whenever they are going from any row of plants, at that time I ask them to search the name of that plant scientifically and call that plant with that name only. So that in daily life they are using the scientific name of that plant and they get more information about that plant, scientific information about that plant. So in this way, I conclude my research, and in this way, I encourage students to think science in another part. अलग तरीके से उनको सोचने के लिए मैंने मजबूर किया कि साइंस इज नॉट अ पार्ट ऑफ ओनली टू बिकम doctor and engineer, or it is a part where we are dealing this science with daily life. Each and everything is related with science only. Now also light is gone. Here also science is there. Okay, so likewise, thank you, Miss. Thank you for giving this opportunity to explain this research. Yeah. Yeah. So this was Poonam from MPS ICSE School. There is some issue with the light, but I think it will be resolved shortly. We will still continue with the presentation. Okay. The next to present is Mrs. Alpha Naik from
MPS Pratiksha Nagar CBSE school. Alba ma'am is a math teacher and she is going to present about decimal. No, about metric conversion. Metric conversion. Okay, over to you, Alba ma'am. You're comfortable? Yeah. Can you take that? So let's start. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Alpa Naik from Pratiksha Nagar CBSE school. We were talking about exploring research, meet was there. At the same time, I was teaching this topic of metric conversion. So a thought came in my mind that why not I take this topic. But then I have a lot of different thoughts whether it is a feasible topic or not. Because my topic is to enhance the skill of metric conversion and express into decimal form. As sir said that math is very difficult. Children as if don't like to learn maths. And get to the conversion. Oh my God, that is every time 1 kilogram, 2000 gram or 1 meter to 100 centimeter. I think even many times teacher also find difficulty to teach this topic. So I thought, let me take this topic as a challenge because first students find very difficulty in do the conversion and again to express in the decimal form. Second thing, I found that children just mug up everything. The conversion is only mug up without understanding. The third is there is no visualization of concept. Even if I ask you, the teacher also to a layman, that how much a normal person eat per lunch, they won't able to say it's around 700 to 800 grams. So the visualization of quantity is either in the gram or in the liter or in the meter is missing in every common man, even a graduate person also. Second thing, I found that this particular concept or the unit is very important in our daily life, especially in all the kind of differential aptitude tests. You will see the questions based on this conversion. One more thing, all the competitive examinations, especially scholarship, Olympiad, GAT, SET, UPSC, or JEE entrance examinations have word problems where the conversion is there. And this conversion unit has a great impact in science, in mathematics, in engineering, as well as in cooking also, when you're chef using 1 teaspoon or 1 tablespoon. But we don't know. And we had this experience just by putting little bit more salt or turmeric, the taste is changing. So thinking on this aspect, I have decided to take metric conversion. Even having the doubt, I have referred, there are many researches were done on the same topic, either by the science teacher or by the teacher or by on the students who are already at the college level. So to justify my this question and my challenge, I took the pre-test. I asked some common questions to students that do you know how much medication is given in one injection? Or what is a 1 teaspoon exactly measures? But I think these questions were not answered by not only my students, but even by the other people also. So after this, when these questions were not answered, I have explored myself that what is lacking, that why my children or why the students don't like this conversion. I realized that there is no visualization of what is gram, what is meter, and what is liter in a smallest unit. I realized that this topic become very abstract for a child. So there is a need that the topic should be made very concrete when teacher has to teach it. The third is mental math is not being much is not more focused by the teachers. The teacher should emphasize more on the mental maths. If they are well versed in mental maths, the conversion becomes very easy. And the one thing what I realize is that this topic can be easily taught by learning by doing. So here I have also used constructivism. But I have restricted myself to 1 kilogram, 1 liter conversion, 1 kilometer, and 1 meter into centimeter.
because there are many conversions are there, and except US, I think everyone are using the metric conversion system. Now, I think that, as I said, I need to bring abstract to concrete. I change my strategy of teaching. The first thing that I have to make them visualize, I have collected then the solid empty food packets ranging from 1 kilo of salt to even 200 ml of water bottle, and also like this coffee sachets or the shampoo sachets what they are using in their daily life. So the purpose of all these things is to make them realize what is 1 liter bottle and what is 100 ml bottle is. That will make them concept very clear. When I say milliliter, it has to be the smaller unit. When I say liter, it has to be the greater unit. So here we have done one activity also, that I have collected 100 ml bottle and 1 liter bottle. Student has to fill that 1 liter bottle using the 100 ml. So by filling that bottle, students realize that I'm using 10 times this 100 ml bottle to refill that bottle. So that 10 into 100 becomes 1000, right? So here 1 liter is equal to 1000 ml, that concept I had given. Same thing, 1 liter bottle is filled. I told that, okay, you distribute this to 100 ml. So he has to take this 10 times to 10 different students. So again, here by using this small activity, I have integrated the division also in there. That is for the liter. Second thing, I have used Google Map. We all know that in India, whenever you go out and you ask, "Bhai sahab, ये कहाँ पे है?" अरे यहाँ 5 मिनट पे ही है. We never use distance in meter or kilometer. Always it is like 5, and then that 5 meters, 5 minutes will be never a 5 minutes. So what I have used at that time, students were doing online. So I told them, use Google Map. From your home, find the distance of your school. From your home, find the Jogeshwari stations. And I also told that whenever you are coming to the school and if you are coming by auto, on your Google Map and see the distance are covering by there. That has helped them to read the Google Map, to read the distance, then how far their school is. And here I have given them the idea of kilometer as well as meter. Because when you are in auto or when you are in a vehicle, as you are moving, the distance becomes lesser and lesser. So then they are realizing what is meter and what is kilometer. Okay, apart from doing all these activities, so as a result of doing this all the activity, students are finding this is a fun. For them, learning becomes very funful activity. I told them that at your home you also search about those package which your mother is using. So all the garam masala, the spices, they are hardly of 20 grams. But at their home, the rice and the wheat and the flour, they are in kilos, whereas these masalas are in a gram. So they have note down what they are using it. Now, after giving or after making their concept very much clear, my biggest job is to make them well versed in conversion, that is from bigger to smaller and smaller to bigger. We used to multiply and we used to divide. Here I have used mental maths by multiplication with 10, 100 and 1000. And I realized that when students have practiced mental maths, their confidence boost, their interest increased. I told them not to take book and write down that 50 into 10 is how much do mentally. 50 into 10, you just do 5 ones and put 2 zeros. So this practice I have given them where they have to multiply by 10, 100 and 1000, because somewhere I want to do this conversion from 1 kilogram to or 1 kilometer or 1 liter to this thing. So yes, they have done this practice 10, 100 and this. And here I have introduced that when you are dividing by 10,000 and 100, how the decimal shift. That is, decimal moves to right on the multiplication, it moves to the left on doing the division. After doing this enough practices, and then we have done post test, my result says that if I am not 100% successful in that, by out of my 40 students, only my 30 students are successful in doing this conversion, where my 4 students fail to do this conversion today also, where 6 students fail in putting correct the decimal. But yes, now the biggest finding what I realized that this very boring concept or very difficult concept become very easy because they have learned it by doing this thing. The most important impact that they find that maths is life, because there is not such a single thing where you don't use mathematics in their life. When they have collected all such sachets, they have also seen such things in their life. And one thing I told them, that when you are buying a kurkure of 10 rupees, which really measures, which has 20 grams, just imagine how much money you are paying. You are buying, you are eating those kurkure 500 rupees kg, whereas your base quality of rice and wheat are much, much cheaper and more nutritious. So here, children, this is an indirect learning. They learn it, that whatever we are buying from the market, let us look at what is that Parle-G, 4 rupees Parle-G, how much gram we are eating and how much we are paying. And one beautiful thing my students told me, that all our skincare products, including the shampoo, they are not costing less than 1500 liter, right? Even our almonds are very much cheaper than this thing. So here, this is what the relation of this, though my main purpose is for the conversion, but I realized that children, and what sir said, that maths is very difficult. No, I think my finding as a teacher says, I realized that maths is a life. There is not a single moment where we don't use math, whether it is how much time or how much work I have done, how much I walk, or how, or even if you are using logical reasoning. So math doesn't stop only for engineering. Math doesn't stop for science. Math is a life. And my best takeaway of this teaching is that though the math is an abstract, no, math emerged from the society. Math is a life. If the teacher changes the methodology, if teacher becomes more innovative, then maths can be a fun. So teachers, I believe that if you want our students should love the mathematics, then we should make the maths very lively and bring the life, bring the actual life in your classroom, and then children can relate this thing. Thank you very much.
And I'm extremely sorry for this power failure. But still, I think we should present ourselves really very well. And the teachers who will be presenting now, we need extra motivation. So can we give a big round of applause for all of them for presenting? The next one on the floor is Mr. Prince Kumar Rangari from MPS Kalinagar CBSE School, and he is going to talk about mistakes in writing skills. And language, medium of language will be Hindi. So all those who are here, Prince sir. You can hold it directly, yeah. That's it. Over to you, Prince sir.
नमस्कार. शिक्षण हा वाघिणीचा दूध आहे आणि जो प्रासाद करेल तो गुरावल्याशिवाय राहणार नाही. मी प्रिन्स कुमार दीपक कुमार रंगारी, कालीनगर सीबीएसई स्कूल. माझ्या विषयाचे नाव आहे इयत्ता 6वीतील अमराठी विद्यार्थ्यांच्या मराठी विषयाच्या लेखनात होणाऱ्या चुकांचा शोध घेणे. विषयाची निर्मिती किंवा मला हा विषय कसा सापडला, तर माझी जी शाळा आहे ती इंग्रजी माध्यमाची शाळा आहे आणि त्या शाळेत शिकणारे जी मुलं आहेत ते उर्दू भाषी किंवा दुसऱ्या राज्यातून आलेले विद्यार्थी आहेत. कोरोनाच्या या 2 वर्षाच्या काळामध्ये मुलांची लिहिण्याची व वाचनाची सवय मोडली आणि ते निदर्शनास आले आणि माझ्या विषयाची निर्मिती झाली. मी माझ्या विषयासाठी 10 उपक्रमाच्या माध्यमातून पूर्ण केला आहे. त्यासाठी मी प्रायोगिक पद्धतीचा उपयोग केला आहे आणि त्यापैकी असे 10 उपक्रम राबवून मी माझा हा उपक्रम आहे हा यशस्वी करण्याचा प्रयत्न केला आहे. त्या उपक्रमामध्ये सर्वप्रथम माझा जो उपक्रम आहे तो लेखनावर शीर्षरेषा देणे. दुसरा आहे श्रुत लेखन. तिसरा आहे काना मात्रा असलेल्या शब्दांचे लेखन. चौथा आहे ह्रस्व व दीर्घ उकारयुक्त शब्दांचे लेखन. ह्रस्व व दीर्घ वेलांटी युक्त शब्दांचे लेखन. 6वा आहे अनुस्वार असलेल्या शब्दांचे लेखन. 7वा आहे विविध जोड शब्द युक्त लेखन. 8वा आहे रसायुक्त शब्द आणि 9वा आहे विरामचिन्ह युक्त उतारे आणि 10वा आहे उतारा लेखन. अशा प्रकारे मी 10 उपक्रम राबवून हा उपक्रम मी यशस्वी केला आहे. हा उपक्रम यशस्वी करताना मला आणि माझ्या मुलांमध्ये खूप चेंजेस दिसू आले आहेत. त्याचा उपयोग शिक्षक आणि विद्यार्थ्यांना अशा प्रकारे होऊ शकतो. शाळेतील विद्यार्थ्यांना अवघड वाटणारा विषयातील घटक विविध शैक्षणिक उपक्रमाद्वारे सोप्या पद्धतीने राबवून त्याविषयी आवड निर्माण करता येते. शिक्षक व विद्यार्थी यांची गुणवत्ता साधता येते. शिक्षक व्यावसायिक निधीच्या पातळीवर उपक्रम राबवू शकतील. शुद्ध लेखनात महत्व जाणून करण्यासाठी हे संशोधन उपयुक्त ठरणार आहे आणि शाळेत मुलांचे गैरहजेरीचे प्रमाण कमी करण्यास हा मदत साबित होणार आहे. तर अशा प्रकारे मी हा कालीनगर सीबीएसई शाळेच्या इयत्ता 6वीच्या वर्गात हा उपक्रम राबवून यशस्वी केलेला आहे. थँक्यू.
Thank you so much, Prince sir, and that was a brilliant piece of work. I think he has explored about the writing skill, and both the big posters will be placed in Karinagar campus. Let's move to the next one. The next one to present is Miss Sushma Sahare from MPS Bhavani Shankar CBSE School, and Sushma has worked on spelling errors in English language. Over to you, Sushma.
Good afternoon, everyone. Myself Sushma Sahare from MPS Bhavani Shankar CBSE School. So here, I'm taking action research. The topic of my research is a study of problem spelling errors in English language. So first, I want to tell you why I choose this topic. Because addressing spelling errors should be an integral part of English language. So this is a very important point for writing. And as we know, because of COVID situation and this pandemic situation, students are not able to speak properly and write properly. And because their mother tongue influence also there. So I choose this topic for first standard because this is the base for English language. So I choose this topic, and for this topic, first some questions are there. So first question is, what are the most common spelling errors and mistakes that my students made in spelling error? What are the most frequently committed spelling errors made by my students? And now third question, which came up in my mind, that what are the reasons of common spelling errors that my students made in their writing? And the last one is, what are the mother tongue characters they are using in spelling? So, for this research, I have chosen some objectives. So, objectives of my studies to make students conscious of their spelling errors of English language. Second is to improve students' spelling in English language. The third is to improve the level of achievement in English. So, for this, I have taken some activities. So, first is word box. Here you can see students make some word box, and in that word box, daily they have wrote 5 words, and they put it in that box. Second is fire on the mountain. Here, everybody knows children loves to play this game, Fire on the Mountain. But while this game, I choose one idea. While when I'm saying Fire on the Mountain, and then I want to say numbers, that time I say one word, and you have to count the spelling, and according to that only you have to make groups. So like this, they like so much. Then I took some spelling games,
and most importantly phonic sounds. Because when I find this problem is very much important because they are not familiar with phonic sounds, and because of this also they are not right properly spelling. So I took phonic sounds practice also, and the next is picture words. Every day we are using this technique. So picture words also. Next is dictation. Next is jumbled letters, missing letters, ladder race, choose the correct spelling. All these are activities I have taken in my classroom. Next is Okie Pokie app. This app is very much helpful for students for spelling. And I have so this in this app uh, there are so many options to choose one correct spelling with the help of very innovative pictures. So students like this app. So with the help of app also they are very much improving. So for this I have used some data collection method, and these three E's I have used for the data collection. First is experiencing, second is inquiring, third is examining. So I have experience also in my classroom, and inquiring. I have asked some different questions. And next, examine. I have collected some tests, notebooks, and also audio and video clips also. So that also very much helpful for the data collection. Next, here you can see my collaboration team. For this research, I cannot do without this team. So my teachers, students, parents, administrators, all the officers, educators, Mrs. Swapna ma'am, and principals. All these teams are very helpful for this my research. And here you can see I have taken one pre-test and post-test for my data. So here you can see the exact reflection of this data collection. You can see first in pre-test, mostly 40% students are not able to write properly. But in the post-test, you can see the difference between two bars. The blue color bar is for pre-test and this orange color bar is for post-test. So here I have find some things from this research because of due to lack of knowledge of phonic sounds. This is the main important for first standard spelling errors. The second is due to lack of knowledge of writing skills, writing rules, reading rules, speaking rules, and the most important listening rules. They can't listen properly. That's why they are not writing correct spelling. So that is also very important. And someone says the writing is hard, but yes, of course, writing is hard. But if you are writing correctly, you are writing spelling correctly, then only it will convey the message properly. So it show if you are not writing correct spelling properly, so it shows that the students are less intelligent or they are careless like this. So the spelling error is most spellings are most important in English language. So I choose this topic, and at last I learned so many things from research. I learned different types of spelling error. Like here you can see insertion, omission, transposition, and substitution. When I collect data, from that data I differentiate the data in four types of spelling errors. First is insertion. Insertion means there students are inserted, add some extra words so that they did the spelling error. Omission means they omit some letters third is transposition, and last is substitution. They are writing substitute words. So these spelling errors type, and I have learned so many different techniques also. I have searched online research also. So there also I found so many new strategies for spelling errors. So this is it, and thankfully I have completed this research because of only Swapna ma'am and all the my colleagues. So thank you so much, all of you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, that's a great thing, Sushma. Thank you so much. The next one to present is Mr. Gyaneshwar Angre from MPS Haryali Village CBSE School. And Gyaneshwar sir has worked on reading skills using phonetics. So, how can you improve English language reading skills using phonetics?
नेट संपता ना बॅटरी पण संपत आली ना
From my school, I need to support. काय म्हणता सर कशी आहे जेवण की नाही
Yeah, over to you, Gyaneshwar sir.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Myself, Gyaneshwar Angre from MPS Haryali Village School. Today, we are here to be present our research, and that you already we are very late here to be discuss on the topic, but I want to tell you about my whole topic that when as in online we have school were started, and we were all struggling for the continuing the education. In that time, I was also struggling to be continue to my students, and when I saw that the students are when they are 5 to 7 months or more than the 8 months, they were at home, and the no teachers were to be guide them. And that time I saw the students were not very interested to be about the reading, and that is the thing to be thinking on the why students are not taking interest in the reading, and that is why I decided to be enhance their reading skill through the different methods, and that was my choice. One method, that is my topic, enhancing the English reading skill through the phonetics, and that was when it was I think June 2021, and our school was started online, and students were attending the schools online, but they were not taking the actively part in the classrooms or were reading. And that time first I started about the what why students are lacking behind in reading, and that is the thing I have to and when I ask students to be read whenever they come to the online, and they are not found interesting. So that is why I asked them to be make your own reading video, and they will need to be sent on the WhatsApp before that. And after that, I found that many students were making the mistakes in the reading, and they were not able to recognize the letters also properly. And that is, you know, that our English language is a very in a traditional way. If you taught them to English reading, and that is very tough to be correlate them to memorize the letters, and their phonic sounds also, and as well as the readings also. And that is very tough situation to be students also to be again memorize the letters again, memorize the sounds again, and to be recognize the letters again. And that is why I come to with the solution with that when we that was my questions about the what about the research. So I gone through the how to be correlate the that phonic sounds, consonant sounds, vowel sounds, so student can be recognize the vowels easily, and they can identify, recognize the letters easily. And that is why, again, how to create the environment to upgrade the children's reading competency. As you know, whenever we are reading any language in the mother tongue, that is a different thing when we are reading in the mother tongue. But whenever we are going to any foreign language, that because the environment is a different in atmosphere at homes and the schools also, because it's not possible to be make the full environment in the English language, or they not need to be maybe not listen the English language at home also. So that is why they not identify the letters and sounds also, and that is again the how the phonics can be helped to be them to be read fluently, speak fluently, and that is I started my journey, and for that I have made the one Google link, and from the Google link I collected all the data. I asked them all students, 140 students from my class grade 4, 5th, 6th. I asked them to be you have to make your own video about the reading. You have to I showed them one demo in the WhatsApp, how to make the video about the reading. They have to make the book in front of them. They have to start the reading. And after that, I collected the data, and I found that many mistakes in the reading. And some are in the 50% about the 50% student was able to read the properly, and they were able to recognize the letters also. But some are the weird traditional method. And I gone through the questions. I asked them about the questions. About that, I given them the word to read that, and they were reading for example, some word like CAT cat. So that is, I think that they are making the mistakes, and they have to memorize that again word CAT. So I told them I have to go with the solution, that the phonics, and if they are aware about the phonics sounds, so they can read properly. And that is why I come with the solution with the phonics to them, give the knowledge about the phonics. I have started the different session for them. And next, please. Yes. That I have collected the data in the Zoom meetings. I have started the students meeting a special special class. I have started for them to be a different session, and where is lacking behind that. And that is I found that many students are, when I saw the recording, till now I have the recording of that students, and that is we can see the difference between the students reading, how we have been improved in their reading skills. And that is this like a video I have asked them to be sent on the Google Drive. From the Google Drive, I have used to be I have formed the different groups. I have group in the yellow level. That was a starting level of the red level, then the yellow level and the green level. I have put them into the different 3 levels, and I have made the group in the WhatsApp, and I have sent them the daily regular different according to the level whatever the PDF poster to be read them. And that was I found that after that I have conducted the many meetings about the Zoom session. And nearby you can see the nearby more 60 students were in my class at a time in the evening session. And that was, I think, it was a great achievement for the students also. And they started the readings in a very positive way. And I found that also a student were again, that is a great achievement to improve the student speaking skills also with them. And that is why what are the findings from this I gone through and that is I wanted to tell you that here how the phonics helps to the learner to be read properly. If you want to develop the reading skill, we can use the phonics to recognize the vowels and consonant sounds. Again, the phonics to help you improve the reading and fluency and accuracy. For the accuracy, I will give the one example for that. When I told students to be write the cat, they were using the CAT cat, but after that they started the writing cat, and that was the student improve their writing skills as well as the speaking skill. That we were our aim to be develop the all fundamental skill, and I was working on that. And here again, you can see the phonics improves the speaking and the listening skills, and that is we have seen the example. It develops the cognitive skills also. And now, how can the student memorize the all data, all the letter in a traditional way? They have to be need some. We'll give the clues like phonic sounds, and they can remember all the phonic sound, and then don't need to be remember all the spellings at a time. Then if you will develop the cognitive skills, the automatically student will write the spelling. And that was the from that I've seen. It helps students to go good reader, and that is the again see Conic develop the confidence and analytic thinking and enhance the comprehension skills. And now you know that we are in all in English medium school. If you want to be a all-round development to our children, they need to be comprehend all the content in not only the English language but also the mathematics and social science. They need to be developed in the language command, and that is the comprehension skills. I found that given the some small paragraph and then question answer, and they developed that skills with the reading skill. That was the achievement. That children become the proactive and interactions and strategic leaders and adaptable in any given situation. And that of I will give the one situation when I am asking about the students. I'm giving the any clue about that. You have to write the spellings about the anything that we are in the hands, and they will identify the words and they write the spellings about that. So that was the they developed the proactive skills among them, and that is the many more findings. We have the very less time here. I will go to the next as a teacher. So what I have learned from this journey. So I will let you come up with that. Yeah. As a teacher, if you want to develop the reading skill among the students, so I know phonics will help to the learners also, and there is some good learners to monitor their competency skills as the read. And if you want to develop the competency skills of the learners, we need to be pay attention from them early age. Poor readers do not read strategically, and if their reading is not good, they cannot read the strategically, and they cannot capture the whatever the content is there. Children need to be set goals before reading, and whatever I have given, like ask them to be read the story books and whatever they are available, and that is why again they started taking the interest in the reading. Again, the lack of sufficient backgrounds and knowledge regarding the phonetical sounds will decrease their confidence, and that is why we have to increase their confidence using that. Self-reflection is an important aspect of the upgrading the oneself, and we have many before that our research we have seen that about the how the self help will take the to be developed personal development. And like here also again I've started into the mirror reading, so you can using the make the one video mirror reading that will develop the students reading skills. Peer group discussions and whatever the other topics are there, many more topics. And as a teacher, you all aware about that. I will not take more time because you are all experienced teachers. So I will come up with this. My research was like a wonderful journey. I have taken that, and it was great experience for me to be go with the problems, and that will you will find the solution. Every problem has a solution, and if you do the keenly in that, it will be get a definite solution. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Daniel. That was lovely work. And next to present on floor is Mrs. Shweta Sawant from MPS Mithagar CBSE School. She has worked on exploring reasons for passive listeners. Why do students do not listen to you keenly? So that is one thing which Shweta is going to present. Let us keep the presentation restricted to 3 to 4 minutes so that we can wind up the things fast. These are just last 4 to 5 presentations. Over to you, Shweta.
Got the idea.
Thank you.
Got the point. Okay, hello, myself Shweta. My school is MPS CBSE Mithagar School. My topic is exploratory research, exploring reasons for passive listening. So what motivated me? Around 1 month ago, I joined the school. As soon as I entered the school, I entered my class. After greeting my students, I used to tell them, students, take out your English textbook. And after that, instead of listening my instructions, suddenly they asked me, teacher, which textbook? Teacher, can you please come again? Teacher, textbook or notebook? And also some asked me in Hindi or Marathi, teacher, likhne wali ki padhne wali? Then I observed it for around 1 week, and after that I sat one day and I wrote down this question, that why are students unable to pay attention while listening? Then I took out some tools. I made a list. I planned to make my own diary. I planned to take some parents interview, and then I took some students. I planned to take students interview. Okay, let me go to that side. So whatever I planned, then I came up with some data. What was there in my data? My notes. I collected my own points. What are several reasons behind this? Then I asked parents' opinion. As all of you know, your points. I'll go to this one, parents' opinion. When I asked them, child do not listen properly, their answer was, teacher, because they are just lazy. They don't want to listen. Their mother say, some students' mother say, teacher, he is always in hurry and he is not listening anything. Some parents said that there is more use of gadgets. They're always in their own world. And some of them said that teacher might be he's having fear of you. As you are a new teacher, he's having fear of you. Then when I asked students that what are the reasons, why don't you listen properly, or why are you asking me questions? Then this is the list of their voice. For example, teacher, sometimes it is back-to-back lectures. We are sitting with empty stomach, and sometimes teacher, we are not understanding your instructions, or sometimes we are not able to relate with the topic. And then some interesting finds I would like to share with you, which I used to do in my school life. That one student came up with the answer that, teacher, I just asked my friends to concentrate properly and just summarize me. That was something interesting for me. And the second one is, teacher, English is not my mother tongue. My mother tongue is Marathi. I talk English only in the English class. So sometimes whenever you are giving 2 to 3 instructions back to back, at that time, it's just a bombarding on my mind. So I'm just trying to understand that first instructions, and I already skipped that 2 to 3 instructions. So my reflection from this exploratory research is, students' voice play a vital role in research. Even if we have our own assumptions, even parents have their own opinions, it is always better to talk to children. In a funny way, if the patient comes to a doctor, then instead of talking to his relatives, instead of thinking about his circumstances, it's always better to talk to that patient. And I really, I found it interesting, and I really want to do action research on this topic. Thank you so much, Ms. Opana, for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Brilliant job, Shweta. I guess Shweta has recently joined CBSE cell, and she was very much interested in doing the research, and this lovely thing which came up. The next on the floor is Rukhsar Khan from MPS LK Wagji Cambridge School. She is going to talk about the inclusive education. There is one child at MPS LK Wagji Cambridge School who we admitted. And after particular days, after some days, we thought that the child is not well. There is some problem in the child. As soon as I looked at mother and I asked her, which problem hai kya? She had tears in her eyes. She thought now madam will keep the child out, admission cancelled. But we did not do that. Rukhsar took it as a research, and let us see what research she has come up with. Over to you, Rukhsar.
Thank you, ma'am. So good afternoon. It's evening mostly. So good evening, everyone. This is Rukhsar Khan from AK Wagji NPS Cambridge School, Matunga. And I have been in this teaching field since a decade now. And as we all come across a number of students. Some students are fast learners, some students are slow learners, and there are some students who need special care. That means they are special needs child. This type of children are mostly ignored and unnoticed. Then I came to Cambridge school and I got grade A. And then there was a child named Sarvesh in my class who was a child with special need. Then we called his parents to talk to them about the child about the child's disability, or maybe he was a slow learner basically. But at first, the parents did not agree that their child is a special one. First, they were criticizing us to know our child is normal. But then later on, they gave us a reason that I want my child to study in this school and not in a special school. I want my child to grow up with a normal child, and that is why I want him to be here. And that time I realized the importance of inclusive education in our classroom, which most of the time we neglect. What we do, the child with special needs are admitted to the special school, and we only deal with the normal child. But today is the need to have an inclusive classroom, and that was the time I realized that I should do a research on the same topic. So today I'm dealing with the topic, a study on dealing with students having special needs and implementing inclusive education in the classroom. So for that, I started collecting data, and I have used 3 tools for it. The first one is self-observation. The second tool I used was discussing with the parents, and the third one was referring multiple articles. So when I started collecting data, I got to know that these type of students require eye-to-eye contact for understanding the instructions that are given to them. Unless and until you have an eye-to-eye contact with them, they will not understand the instructions that you are giving them. And then they won't follow your instructions basically. And then they don't do anything in the class, and then we think "Hey, this child is doing nothing." But the main problem is eye-to-eye contact. So whenever I had to give them some activity or any task to be done, the first thing was that eye-to-eye contact. I used to ask him, Sarvesh, did you understand? Sarvesh, did you understand the whole activity? And then he used to nod. Just by nodding, that means he did not understand. Ask him to repeat, what did you understand, Sarvesh? And then he used to answer me, yes, teacher, I understood. I will do this, I will do that, whatever the activity was. And then he understood what is to be done. The second finding was child's acknowledgement. Like if you just go on giving the instructions, okay, you have to do this, you have to do that, he will just not, but he will not do it. That means his acknowledgement was important to me. Are you willing to do service? If service says me yes, that means he will do. If he's like no, that means he will not do how much ever you force me. So the second important thing was child's acknowledgement. The third finding was use of gestures. The child with such disability, or disability is a very harsh word, with such care, they mostly understand gestures. Like the words for them sometimes very difficult. Simple words are also very difficult for them. So for that, I made use of gestures. Like once he wasn't well in my classroom, I asked him, Sarvesh, go and rest. But he did not know the meaning of rest, so he was confused. Then I did the gestures. Sarvesh, go and rest. That time he understood, okay, rest means sleeping, or putting your head down, something like that. And then he did. So the third finding was use of gesture. After that, when I was discussing with his parents, I got to know that Sarvesh has lots of mood swings. Like these children mostly have lots of mood swings. You never know when they are happy, when they are sad, or when they start, yelling and shouting. So that was one thing. So for that, I thought to, and for solving the mood swings, I understood that we should handle this type of children very gently and with care. Like what does such type of children need? They just need love and extra care. So that was there for us. So these were my findings for such type of a child. And at the end, the most important thing is acceptance and inclusion. That was the reflection part. Like unless and until we accept the child, till then we won't be able to include it in our classroom. So the very important thing is acceptance and inclusion. And for that, we can make use of various innovative practices. And along with that, like everyone talked about problems, we know what the problems are, but for that we need to find a solution, like the way I did here. So this is basically an exploratory research. Maybe in future I will be, heading towards action research also. And at the end, I just want to tell the teachers that teaching is a lot like doctoring. Like to a doctor, the doctor gets lots of patients with different illness, with different problems. So does the doctor give everyone the same treatment? No. The medicines are different. The treatment is different. right? So in the same way, even we get lots of children with us. So and different children require different type of care and attention. So that should be done for each student. We should create some new innovative things, innovative activities, so that everyone is included. And that is the time when we all will have an inclusive classroom. So that's all from my side. Thank you so much for giving us this opportunity to present this topic. Yeah. Thank you.
Great research, Ruxan. Thank you for taking this topic in exploratory action research. Although it's exploratory research at this level, I'm sure you will definitely move ahead for the action. Mostly it happens that when such children come in our school, we feel, Baba, no, because we have to fill in n number of forms for them, isn't it? And then we keep them away. But imagine if such researchers are around, these children will definitely be a part of a normal school. Okay. Our next to present is Mrs. Shri Pushpa Krishnaswamy from MPS Chikowadi CBSE School, and she has worked on handwriting skills. Over to you, Shri Pushpa.
Good evening to the one present here. So, as we all, I am Shri Pushpa from Mumbai Public School CBSE Chikowadi, and as we all have started from online class to offline class, so everyone started giving them to writing work because most of them are good in oral. So when we have started with writing work, so really the writings were very horrible. So I have taken some pictures of the writings which were when they were started. So I thought of something I have to do on this. So my questions were, what can be my objectives and what measures the solution I have to follow for this, whether they will like it or I have to change it, or what methodology I have to try on all these, getting all this, and how to support them and what support I can get. So, and whether this topic is important or not. So my topic was reading to enhance the handwriting skill. That is to write in a legible handwriting of class 3 children. So something come in my mind, that is writing. It's an important form of communication and a key part of education. So whenever they are able to write, then only they are able to read themselves. So this helps their confidence level. If they aren't able to write so nicely, their confidence level lags behind. So I have given some questions. It was an unstructured interview. So we were randomly asked the question whether you like it or not. So what kind of writings you like? So of course we have a lot of answers to that. And the other thing was, in which category? I've given 3 categories. In which categories you would like to work, like excellent, good, or needs to work hard. So all the children want the excellent category. Now even they have set the goal of making themselves the better. So now then we have worked with a lot of activities. So for this, I have taken help of my colleagues who helped me to suggest a lot of activities. And of course, it's our classroom is a the children will be of multi-talented and there will be different kinds of kids. So I have to motivate them for making it better. Then we worked on it. So we have given. We've started like how to hold a pencil, how to write an alphabet in a 4-line paper and a 2-line paper, and then even that to step by step, like alphabets, then 2 letters, then 3 letters. So along with bridge course, our handwriting course were also going on. So then how to frame it in a sentence. So this was like after something. So this was going on, and the kids were improving their level step by step. Then the findings of this were, so view the improvement of students written writing as your responsibility. Like if we make it very important, writing is also important. The kids also realizes that it is important. Let students know that you value good handwriting, like giving them rewards, as we all have discussed, like giving them emojis in the hands or the notebooks. It will really help them to gain. Next is using a 4-line notebook for English subject, especially so languages they can improve their handwriting. Then again, regular assigning brief writing exercise in the classrooms. Then providing guidance throughout the writing process. So where the D should be like this, it should not be bigger. F should be above till down. And along with that, we are working with cursive writing. So we need a lot of guidance every now and then. Then again, peer checking. I can't see them for the whole school hours, but the one who is next to him can do it. So first they will check with their peers. So peer checking was there. They will check with their partners. If they are done with it, then they come to get it checked with me. Next is like this, we have gradually increased our level of writing. So with that, what I learned from this is we have to first explore the problem. Then we have to generate with a lot of solutions. Even something works, something doesn't. Then evaluating the kids, a main thing. So if we don't evaluate it, if we don't get feedback from them, then it won't work. So one of my favorite quote and what is my learning from is practice makes a man perfect. So the more you practice, the more you can learn, the better. So at the end, my then images with my now images, where we can see a drastic change in writing. So that's all for that's all. So thank you, everyone, and thank you, Sapna.
Thank you, Shriprita. That was a brilliant work. And let's move on to the next presenter. The next presenter for today is Mrs. Yasmin Sheikh from MPS LK Bagji Cambridge School. And she has worked on hyperactive kids. So one was about Ruxardi's presentation on children with special needs, and Yasmin has worked on hyperactive kids. You might definitely get lovely solutions for working on hyperactive kids. Over to you, Yasmin.
Good afternoon, one and all present over here. So, as myself, Yasmin Matin Sheikh, I'm from MPS LK Bagji Cambridge School. And as I always wanted to do something innovative and creative in my class with my students. So, like ma'am gave me an opportunity to work under her guidance in her school, and she gave me grade 2. And within a span of a week, I came across with the students like those who are very hyperactive in my class. I will note that name, that is Ranveer Banga from my class. That kid, like whatever I used to teach in the class, whatever I started with the activity and all, he's saying, teacher, ye mujhe pata hai, I know this. Whatever we give the activity, teacher, I know this. Like means we came to know, like I came across that whatever the ideas we are teaching, whatever the techniques we are teaching in our class, it should be more innovative. Whichever we are taking in the class, it should be more innovative. Like so, I have gone through it. Then I thought, I should collect some data. That how can I handle this type of kids, such kind of kids? So I have collected the data. I have collected an article from Google that is a teacher handling hyperactive children age of 4 to 6 years, a case study of kindergarten inclusion in Kebumen. And I have gone through whatever the activities they have conducted, the assessment, diagnosis, planning, treatment. But then I have thought, no, it's just an article which I have gone through. It should be my something own, which I have created for my children, for my kids. So I have gone in my class, that is self-observation. I have observed in my class, and I came across that we should encourage hands-on learning. That is learning by doing. Like we can't expect a child that he should sit in his own place quietly. Like we can't expect because it's too challenging for those kids. Like hyperactive kids, they can't sit in one place at a time. Like so as soon as they finish with the work, like they move in the whole class. What the other child is doing, what the other thing is going on. So like we should encourage them in learning by doing. Let them do some activity. As soon as they finish with their work, let them do some other activity. Then the second point is make them feel relaxed. Like nowadays we are focusing on yoga. Right, we have seen on International Yoga Day, we ask them to do exercises and all. But if we can focus, like if we can keep in mind that for grade 2, like we can't take yoga every day. So at that time, you can give them simple exercise, something breathing exercise, simple breathing exercise in the class, so that they can feel relaxed and they can focus in the class, whatever the topic is going on in the class. Then create your own reward system. Then I have started giving the tangible reward, that is stickers. The stickers which first of all I have started bringing the stickers from the shop. Then I started to give them the emojis and on their stand with the use of that markers and all, healthy treats and the positive feedback. So they were enjoying, every day if we are doing something like whatever the teachers expect, we are doing with the activities and all, the teachers giving positive feedback to us. And they are feeling very, no, teachers appreciation, teachers giving appreciation to me every day. Then peer observation. Even I have discussed with my colleagues, with my co-teachers, with my HM, Swapna ma'am. Even she helped me out. So first one is allow them to move. Like hyperactive kids, right? They are kinesthetic learners, so they can't sit in one place, right? So we can allow them to move from one place to another. Let them sit in the group if they want. If they want to learn and study, let them allow them to stand and learn alone. So totally depends. Don't keep any restrictions on them. Just feel like let them feel move in their own according to their mood. Let them move in their own way. Then handle with care. Like every now and then to shout on the students, giving them punishment is not a thing. We should handle them with proper care. We should give them love. Like we should not shout on them. We should ask them to look. Okay. If they are showing something, teacher, I have done this. If they are finding they are giving some solutions at that time also, we should appreciate them. We should handle them with care. Then reward with good behavior. As I have told here before also, like we can give them positive feedback. We can accept their behaviors, listen them patiently. While see, many of the teachers they face this problem whenever we are taking the sessions. The students in between they are standing up and they are speaking in between. At that time, some teachers or some among all of us, what we did, we said, no, you sit. Later on, you speak. Let me finish my topic. At that time, what we are supposed to do, ask them, listen to them patiently, what they want to say. Just allow them, whatever the ideas, the views, whatever they want to express themselves, just allow them to stand and speak in front of all class. Just give them the permission to speak. And then I came towards the findings. It's leadership, responsibility, and independence. You can see in the picture, leadership. The activities which I'm taking in the class, I make them leaders. The hyperactive kids, I make them the leaders of the group, and they take the charge of the class, and they are dealing with the activities, whatever the activities I'm conducting in the class. Then independence. They don't need, sometimes they don't feel to sit in the group and study. They feel like independent. You see, when I gave the the reading activity, that Banga, what he has done, he took the book and he was roaming in the class. He was reading independent. No, teacher, I want to learn alone. I don't want to sit in the group. So just allow them to learn independently. Don't force them to sit in the group. Then it's responsibility. See the whole class. He is the only leader. Then in one of the activity, I make him the leader alone. Only the Ranveer was the leader, and he was handling over all the activities in the class. And how nicely he was handling the other kids. He was giving chance to each and every child to speak, because I allowed him to speak first. I gave him the opportunity to speak. Then he came to know, if teacher is allowing me, even if I am the leader, I'm standing in place of teacher, even I should allow the other kids to participate and to speak. So this is the responsibility. Then I come up with the reflection part. Yes, like what we think through the whole research, at last, what I think, if the child is completing with the worksheet, what do we do? Usually we give him other worksheet. No, if you have finished with the worksheet, just go for the second worksheet. Then go with the third worksheet. No, it's not a solution. Solution is like instead of like according to this research, I came across like if he has finished with his worksheet as early as the other students can finish, so why should I should not reward it to the child? We should reward the child with the games. If he has finished, okay, make some game corner. Let the child go at the corner. Let him play the game if he has finished as early as possible. So instead of giving punishment and instead of giving another worksheet, we can ask him to play the games. Then give them second chance. For example, if you're asking them a question, if he's answering wrong, so just don't punish him or don't shout on him, this is wrong and sit down. No,
Just give them, if he's telling, teacher, now this time I'll be right. I know the answer. So just allow him and just give him the second chance to speak. Don't underestimate the children and don't shout on them, don't punish them. So just give them second chance. Third, allow them to speak. Whatever the idea, if they are giving the answer, if it is not related to topic, let them speak. They are children, they are kids. They will say whatever the ideas are coming to their mind. Just let them speak. Just allow them to speak. Next, handle politely. Instead of shouting, instead of punishing, instead of doing any other thing, just handle politely the children because they are very small. And when they come to school, you can see when they enter in the school, they are in a very fresh mood, in a like a lovely faces. Teachers today teach us some new activities, some new techniques. So it's our duty to handle them very politely. Helping hand are those hyperactive kids. If you are finished with the activities, so instead of sitting alone, those students, those who are not able to do with their work, just go and help them. If you want to sit in this group, you can. If you want to join some other group, you can join that group. So it is totally just based on them. Just tell them, as soon as you finish with the activity, it totally depends on you. Whether you want to help your friends, you help your peer group. That's it. Thank you, ma'am, for giving me such an opportunity.
Lovely research. And next on floor is Mrs. Nalini Bhavel from MPS LK Vajik English School, and she's going to speak about yoga and how yoga can benefit study. Over to you, Nalini.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Nalini Bhavel, MPS LK Vajik Campus School. My research is about exploring benefits of yoga for grade 1 and actually what motivated me to take this topic was I had for International Yoga Day, I had went for an training organized by MCGM BMC Education Department, and it was beautiful training. Uh, Everything was well informed and demonstrated very well, and it really motivated. It reminded us as a teacher that the need of yoga in our daily life, and we were instructed to take it on to the students level and for International Yoga Day. So we were taking online classes at that particular time, and during our day, during our online classes, we spent when we conducted the online classes, we prior conducted practice sessions for yoga, International Yoga Day, and then we conducted yoga when we celebrated International Yoga Day online itself because our school was still to be inaugurated. During those online sessions, I felt that grade 1 and 2 children, like the protocol that we were given, I somewhere felt that those were like little higher for grade 1 and grade 2. So it forced me that yoga is a good habit. It needs to be practiced. It needs to be practiced, and it needs to be practiced as a habit. So I wanted it to be inculcated in my kids, that is grade 1 and grade 2. So I thought, okay, how do I do it? And this is why today I have taken it as a research topic, or have started with this research topic. So for that, I started collecting my data. I started some newspaper articles, looking for some newspaper articles which would suggest me that how could I take yoga to a lower level of to make it simpler for the kids. After that, I took even Sapna ma'am's help. She suggested me that I can go and have some research papers, look for it on Google Scholar, and I collected some other data also. After that, the training which I had attended, it had various asanas, it had various sitting exercises, standing exercises, and those I could, using those data, I could take that particular data and bring it to the simpler level, which could benefit the students of my grade 1 and grade 2. After that, I could take some videos from YouTube, and even I had discussions with my peers, my colleagues. They understood the problems of the students, and they gave few suggestions. After that, we started with certain activities for grade 1 and grade 2 with all this data. For the first, we started with yoga sessions here. But as our students were Like their age group is between 5 years, 6 years, 7 years. And because of that, we decided that we will be taking yoga, but we'll be taking it for a shorter span. Initially, we'll start with them, but we'll be taking it for a shorter span, like for 10 minutes, 15 minutes. And I started with that. Then for kids, it is necessary to put it to their level. So for their level, like kids yoga, the poses, like for example, if we have Tadasana, so it is three pose for them. So we need to connect the poses, different poses. Like there is a giraffe pose, there is a butterfly pose, there is a flamingo pose. All these poses, we need to connect it with them. Like they know the birds, they know the animals. So we need to connect it with those words, and we need to take it in that particular way, in a way that they will be enjoying it. So after that, we started some yoga games. In the school, the games are similar. Just that I got to do it with the yoga thing. Like our snake and ladders are there. So between the numbers, we can add yogas, like we can add giraffe pose, we can add tree pose, and we can make that snake and ladders play with them. Other than that, some breathing exercises. For breathing exercises which we conducted, it was also like normally for higher classes we take it breathe in, breathe out, and they do it very well. But for the smaller kids, we had to take it like get on your pose, open your eyes, open your mouth, roar like a lion, hum like a bee. So this is how we conducted breathing exercises for the kids. Apart from them, then meditation meditation also we conducted. After that, the reflection that I could get out of this was earlier, as we were conducting online classes, so maybe because of COVID, the students were not that active. The students were not that active, but when we started with the particular activities, yoga sessions, like 10 minutes, 15 minutes, the students they started enjoying it. And they started like earlier what I saw was they were not doing the poses properly, but later on with regular practice they started. Even I have not completed it thoroughly. Like in the month of June I started with this and I'm taking it forward. But now at least with a one difference I can say that they have become flexible, they have started enjoying it, and using this practice I'm going to continue with my kids for the reason because yoga is suggested for all of us for healthy living, and this habit I want to cultivate in my kids right from the early age, and it gives relaxation to our mind. It helps in the physical health and development. It is going to help in their education, in their studies. It is going to for sure improve their improvement and some other benefits. This is in process. This is not completed. And I would like to thank Sapna ma'am for giving me this opportunity. Sapna ma'am, really, it is like earlier we know there were problems in the classes, but today, like after you gave us opportunity, we know we will be solving this problem. We will try to solve this problems and get to it. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, everyone.
That's brilliant, Nalini. Thank you so much for this lovely piece of research. She went for yoga training, and then I think before we had this session, she came and told me, ma'am, there's nothing, like I don't know what to do. I just motivated her to think for interesting ideas how we can connect yoga to our teaching, and rest of things are done by Nalini. Thank you so much, Nalini. Let's go to the next presenter, second last presenter, and thank you so much all of you for being patient. Okay, last two presentations, and then we are going to have a group photo, and then maybe you can make a move. Okay, second last is Mrs. Sujata Yevare from MPS Woolen Mill ICSE School. Sujata Miss has worked on parental expectations. Sorry. Over to you, Sujata.
Hello, good evening, everyone. Just like the previous researcher, I was also selected the last moment. The motivators are Jyoti Miss, Poonam Miss, Deepika Miss, Archana Miss. They were telling me, yes, you can do it. And I think I have done it. Let us see after my presentation. First of all, in introduction, I have introduced my school, Mumbai Public School, Woolen Mills ICSE, which has started its new venture since 2020. The school has around 500 children from nursery to grade 8. The school leader and teachers have tried their level best to impact good culture and education. So you must be thinking, why is she giving such a long introduction? However, in spite of the school being a new school, which is set by the municipal corporation, the students have a lot of expectations from school. However, some parents show their outrage by insulting the teachers by their rude behavior. So some of the incidents that happened in my school has triggered me to take up this as a research and find out what exactly is the parents' expectations and how are they satisfied with our 2 years performances. So the main objective of my research is to study the demography of parents of MPS ICSE school, to study the level of expectations and satisfaction towards school management and teachers, to study about the parental involvement in child's academics and school activities, to compare the expectations before and after enrolling their child in the school. So the methods that I applied to gather information is a general survey was conducted with the help of Google form. There are near about 95 respondents who there are 95 respondents who responded to the Google form. And from the questions were as follows. Part 1 included demographic data about qualification, gender, profession, time spent with the ward. And part 2 included 10 questions on the school management and 10 questions about the teacher's work, feedback on teacher's work. And another tool that I used for this research is interviews. So we conducted interviews of some parents from different grades. So the findings that I found in the research is I'll move to this. So there were near about 95 respondents, as I said, from grade 3 to grade 5. 51% were fathers and 49% were mother respondents. So do you wonder why this mother and father gender? Yes, because most of the time when we send a Google form, it is the father who fills, or the father who is educated, or he is a little bit more educated than the female parent, so he fills the form generally. But here it happened like both mother and parent are equally educated. So we can make a we can come out that the expectations will be naturally high as both the parents are educated, equally educated. So from this, only 38 parents were HSC passed, and the remaining 62% were graduates and postgraduates. So naturally, their expectations are going to be high. So 69% of the parents chose the school for its curriculum. It is not just because there is no tuition fee. It is not just because the school is near to their residence. It is because of the curriculum. So they want the child to get the best education in their vicinity, and that is why they have chosen this school. So mouth advertising played an important role in admission. So most of the parents came to know about our school through the mouth advertising. So that is more than enough for us. It was a positive feedback from the parent that only with the help of mouth advertising, we got so many admissions. So in general, the parents, those who filled the form, were at agree level. Even the point like, is the school hygienic? Every time we get a big letter like Jyoti ma'am said that the school is not hygienic, the school must provide this and that. So when a survey was conducted, more than 70% parents said that yes, the school is clean. Only 15 to 10% said no, the school is not clean, and only the remaining were doubtful that whether it's clean or not. They might not have visited the school. So in general, the parents were satisfied and were at great agree level for all questions in their feedback. So exploratory questions that I had in my mind: how can school help to meet their expectations, keeping the limitations in mind? What can school do? How can school help achieve their parents' aspirations for their child? What exactly parents expect from the school and the teachers? So in the research, we have also found in the survey, I also came to I got a conclusion that many of the parents are able to spend time. Either of the parent is at home to take care of the child, to look after the child's studies. So that is why I think the parents' expectations is more, and they want the child to be the best. And you can see the interviews, the pictures that I have pasted here. One of the parents said, education should not be considered as a money-making course. Education is not a money-making course. It should not teach only how to make money. It should teach the culture. It should teach values. It should teach the life skills that a child needs to survive in this competitive world and achieve success. Yes. Some of the incidents I would like to share is, one of the parents said, online में तो बहुत पढ़ाई होती थी, बच्चे घंटे घंटे बैठ के लिखते थे, and now स्कूल जाके सिर्फ एक पेज ही लिख के लाते हैं. फिर ऑनलाइन स्कूल ही अच्छा था ना ऑफलाइन स्कूल से. Then we called that parent, we asked, what is your problem? Exactly what is your problem? Then we showed her that the ICSE curriculum says that 1 to 5 do not have homework in written, and they don't get homework to do at home. So even if the homework is given, it will be like activity based. Go and find out the names that are written on the nameplates on the shops. So such kind of activities will be given. Then that parent calmed down. So I think the teachers and our school leader, we have very well handled that situations. And like this, many more parents, aggressive parents may come in future. So we are ready to handle with the help of and this is just an exploratory research. The action may come soon. Thank you.
Lovely research. Thank you so much. And Jyoti, I can see a lot of things here. Thank you. So now, last but not the least, we have Mr. Deepak Ukede from MPS Pratiksha Nagar CBSE School. And Deepak has worked on developing reading skills of students. Over to you, Deepak.
Thank you, ma'am. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Respected ma'am, respected school leaders, and dear teacher researchers. My name is Deepak. I'm from Pratiksha Nagar MPS CBSE School. As I got this information about action research from Ma'am Swapna, I started working for development of reading skill, particularly about Hindi subject in my school. उसका सिर्फ मेरे जीवन में ही मुझे फायदा नहीं हुआ, बल्कि बच्चों के जो पठन कौशल है उसमें भी बहुत सारा विकास हुआ है। तो चलिए, ये मेरे एक्शन रिसर्च का क्वेश्चन क्या था कि मेरे एक्शन रिसर्च का क्वेश्चन ये था कि हमारे स्कूल में, प्रतीक्षा नगर एमपीएस सीबीएसई स्कूल में, जो निम्न प्राथमिक स्तर में शिक्षा ग्रहण करने वाले छात्र हैं, उनमें कुछ गिने चुने छात्र हिंदी भाषा के जो भी पाठ है, कविताएं हैं, उनका पठन करने में सफल नहीं हो रहे थे। तो ऐसा क्यों होता है, ये मेरा रिसर्च क्वेश्चन था। तो इसके ऊपर मैंने बहुत सारी छानबीन की, इसके कारण ढूंढना शुरू कर दिया। जो मेरे सीनियर से, हमारे एचएम मैम, मेरे स्टाफ मेंबर्स, उनके साथ डिस्कस करना शुरू किया, पेरेंट्स के साथ डिस्कस करना शुरू किया, बच्चों से बात करना शुरू किया, ऑब्जर्व करना शुरू किया बच्चों को। तो मुझे बहुत सारे फैक्ट्स पता चले और जिनका उपयोग करके हमने बच्चों का पठन कौशल विकसित करने का ये जो पूरा सफर था वो तय किया। तो इस एक्शन रिसर्च का उद्देश्य था एमपीएस प्रतीक्षा नगर सीबीएसई स्कूल के निम्न प्राथमिक स्तर में शिक्षा ग्रहण करने वाले छात्रों का हिंदी भाषा पठन विकसित करना। जैसे रीडिंग इज हैविंग अ लॉट ऑफ फन एंड एक्वायरिंग ग्रेट नॉलेज। मराठीमध्ये म्हटलं जातं, वाचाल तर वाचाल, वाचल्याने ज्ञान वाढते। आणि सगळ्यात मोठी अडचण ही होती आपल्या, म्हणजे सर्वांनीच आपण जे फेस केलं, because of COVID-19 pandemic, most of the students suffered on account of their education, and we were engaging students in online education, but online education is not the right option, is not the substitute for the education that we provide in the four walls of the classrooms. तो अब मुझे समस्या क्या थी ये तो पता चल गया था। हमें सबसे पहले ये मालूम होना चाहिए कि समस्या क्या है। जब हमें समस्या क्या है वो मालूम हो जाता है तो उस समस्या का समाधान हम बड़ी आसानी से ढूंढ लेते हैं, क्योंकि हर समस्या का इस जीवन में समाधान होता है। तो मैंने जो भी बच्चों के साथ हो रहा था रीडिंग स्किल में, पठन कौशल में हिंदी भाषा के, तो उसका जो कुछ निदान किया है उसके कुछ मध्य यहाँ पर है। कुछ छात्रों को हिंदी भाषा के स्वर एवं व्यंजनों को पहचानने में समस्या थी। दोस्तों, मैंने ऐसा देखा कि जब भी बच्चे कलेक्टिवली रीड करते क्लासरूम में, तब मुझे ऐसा लगता था कि सभी बच्चे पढ़ सकते हैं, लेकिन जब कुछ लक्षित छात्रों को मैंने पढ़ने के लिए कहा तो उनको समस्या आ गई। मतलब मेरा जो अनुमान था कि मेरी कक्षा के सारे बच्चे बहुत अच्छे से पढ़ सकते हैं, वो गलत निकला। तो फिर मैंने हर छात्र के, हर कक्षा के, जो हमारे स्कूल में जो भी निम्न प्राथमिक के वर्ग है, उनमें हर छात्र का इवैल्यूएशन करना शुरू किया। तो उसमें पता चला कुछ गिने चुने छात्र थे जो बारंबार स्कूल में एब्सेंट रहने की वजह से उनका जो रीडिंग स्किल था वो पोर रह गया था। कुछ छात्र जल्दी स्कूल में ज्वाइन नहीं हो पाए थे क्योंकि वे अपने अभिभावकों के साथ अपना जो मूल राज्य है, अपना नेटिव स्टेट, वहां पे अटक पड़े थे और सही समय पर जैसे स्कूल चालू हुआ तो नहीं आ पाए, और कोविड-19 पेंडेमिक ये उसका एक कारण था। तो फिर हमने ऐसा तय किया कि इन छात्रों का, जो लक्षित छात्र थे, सभी नहीं, जो लक्षित छात्र थे, उन छात्रों का पठन कौशल विकसित करने के लिए हिंदी भाषा के जो स्वर है और जो व्यंजन है, जो मूलभूत होता है, वो बच्चों को पहचानने के लिए उन्हें सक्षम बनाना, ये हमने सोच लिया। और एक चीज हमें पता चली, छात्रों में हिंदी भाषा के ध्वनि चिन्हों को समझने में भी समस्या थी। जो लक्षित छात्र थे उनकी हम बात कर रहे हैं। छात्रों में हिंदी भाषा के मात्राओं के उपयोग, जब छात्र को हिंदी भाषा के स्वर व्यंजन पता चलते हैं तो उसके आगे का चरण होता है हिंदी मात्रा का उपयोग। तो हमें ऐसे पता चला छात्रों को हिंदी भाषा के मात्राओं के उपयोग एवं मात्राओं के चिन्ह के ज्ञान का अभाव था। हर छात्र का अलग अलग रीजन था। ऐसा क्यों था? बच्चे हिंदी पठन कौशल में कमजोर क्यों थे? तो हर छात्र का अपना अलग अलग एक रीजन था। छात्रों द्वारा कुछ चंद कविताओं, अनुच्छेद या शब्दों को रटना, ऐसा अक्सर देखा जाता है कि छात्र क्या करते हैं, एक पर्टिकुलर अनुच्छेद या किसी कविता का एक पर्टिकुलर स्टैंजा उसे ही रट देते हैं, पेरेंट्स के सामने उसे पढ़ देते हैं, कक्षा में टीचर के सामने पढ़ देते हैं, या अपने पठन का वीडियो बनाकर क्लास के व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप में साझा करते हैं। तो अध्यापक, कभी कभी ऐसा होता है, अध्यापक या अभिभावक इनको लगता है कि मेरा बेटा मेरी बेटी तो बहुत अच्छे से रीड करती है, तो वहां क्या होता है, छात्र कुछ पर्टिकुलर अनुच्छेद या फिर कुछ स्टैंजास उनको ही रीड करते हैं। तो ये भी एक कारण था कि बच्चों को बाकी जो पाठ थे या कहानियां थी उनके पठन करने की समस्या थी। और कुछ छात्र एवं उनके अभिभावकों द्वारा निजी ट्यूशन पर पूर्ण रूप से निर्भर रहना। हमने ऐसा पाया कि कुछ छात्र बारंबार स्कूल में एब्सेंट रह के, या यदि स्कूल में आए भी तो कक्षा में ध्यान न देकर जो निजी ट्यूशन में जाते हैं वहां पे पूर्ण रूप से वे निर्भर रहते थे। अभिभावक सोचते थे कि अभी ट्यूशन टीचर सब कर रहे हैं, अभी हम जो कुछ कर रहे थे उसका तो कोई मतलब ही नहीं था। छात्रों द्वारा हिंदी भाषा पठन का अभ्यास करने का भी अभाव था और इसी कारण पठन में रुचि का अभाव था। अभिभावकों द्वारा बच्चों के पठन कौशल पर उचित तरीके से ध्यान देने एवं सहकार्य का अभाव था। तो ये सब कुछ चीजें हमने निदान कर दी। अब इस पर काम करने के लिए हमने एक योजना बनाई। छात्रों में पठन कौशल की समस्या से अभिभावकों को परिचित कराया। हमने अभिभावकों को स्कूल में बुलाया। ऐसे जो है छात्र जिनको पठन में समस्या थी, उनके पेरेंट्स को, उनके अभिभावकों को कक्षा में स्कूल में बुलाकर बच्चों का एक्चुअल स्टेटस क्या है वो पेरेंट्स को हमने बता दिया, और उसके लिए पेरेंट्स के कोऑपरेशन की हमें जरूरत है ये भी उन्हें बताया। फिर पाठशाला में प्रतिदिन लक्षित छात्रों को 1 घंटा ज्यादा उपचारात्मक शिक्षा के अनुभव प्रदान कराना, ये भी हमने नियोजित कर दिया। कि क्योंकि स्कूल का जो टाइम है उसमें तो ये संभव नहीं था, क्योंकि बाकी का जो सिलेबस होता है वो तो सिखाना पड़ता है। तो ये जो एक्स्ट्रा एक्टिविटी उसके लिए समय कब निकालना, तो पेरेंट्स को हमने राजी कर लिया, क्योंकि पेरेंट्स राजी है तो भी बच्चे स्कूल के बाद स्कूल में रुक सकते हैं और उनको हम एक्स्ट्रा लर्निंग एक्सपीरियंसेस प्रोवाइड कर सकते हैं। फिर हिंदी भाषा के स्वर एवं व्यंजनों की पहचान, पठन एवं उपयोग करने हेतु हमने कुछ शैक्षिक साधन बनवाए और संयुक्त शब्दों के साथ अन्य भिन्न भिन्न शब्दों का पठन करवाने की भी हमने योजना बनाई। वाक्यों का पठन करवाना था, अनुच्छेद, पाठ, कविता एवं अन्य कहानियों का भी पठन करवाना था। जब बच्चे अनुच्छेद, पाठ, कविता या अन्य कहानी पढ़ने में सक्षम हो जाते तब तक हमारा जो ये मिशन था उसमें हम सफल हो जाते। तो जब भी कुछ हमें समस्या आ जाती तो हम हमारे जो स्टाफ मेंबर्स थे, हमारे जो सीनियर्स थे, उनके साथ जो भी समस्याएं थी उसका डिस्कशन करते थे और उनसे सभी से हमें सहयोग मिलता था। जो संसाधन हमने इस सफर के दरमियान इस्तेमाल किए वे थे फ्लैश कार्ड्स, चार्ट, कक्षा की दीवारें, क्योंकि हमारी जो मुंबई पब्लिक स्कूल प्रतीक्षा नगर सीबीएसई बोर्ड की स्कूल है उसकी इमारत का अभी कंस्ट्रक्शन हो गया है, तो उसमें उस समय जब हमने ये शुरू किया था रिसर्च प्रोसेस, तो उस समय हमें कुछ साधन बोर्ड वगैरह अवेलेबल नहीं थे स्कूल में। तो जो कुछ अवेलेबल है उसका यूज करके अपना काम सफल करना, ये हमारे सामने बस यही कर सकते थे। तो हमने कक्षा की दीवारों का उपयोग किया बोर्ड के तौर पर। फिर डिजिटल बोर्ड जब आए स्कूल में, हमारे बीएमसी प्रशासन ने, उनके हम बहुत आभारी है कि हमारे स्कूल में डिजिटल बोर्ड उन्होंने उपलब्ध कराए हैं। ऑनलाइन संसाधन, ये जो वेबसाइट है pschool.in हिंदी, ये बहुत अच्छी वेबसाइट है। इसमें हमने सभी बच्चों को अपने अपने मोबाइल में ये उनके होम स्क्रीन पर ये जो pschool.in हिंदी इनका जो ऐप है वो इंस्टॉल करने के लिए कहा था, बच्चों ने किया। उसमें बहुत सारे अच्छी अच्छी एक्टिविटीज है बच्चों को करने के लिए। मतलब खेलते हुए बच्चे हिंदी भाषा को बड़ी आसानी से ग्रहण कर सकते, सीख सकते हैं। और यूट्यूब के वीडियोस आदि संसाधन हमने इस सफर में इस्तेमाल किए। तो ये यहाँ पे कुछ चित्र हैं जो हम जो लक्षित छात्र थे उनको आप देख सकते हैं यहाँ पर किस तरीके से। एक चीज मैं बताना चाहूंगा, जब उन बच्चों का, जब लक्षित छात्रों का पठन कौशल का जो प्रोजेक्ट हमने चालू किया, तब हमें बहुत सारे ऐसे अभिभावक आकर मिले जो हमें कह रहे थे कि सर हमारे बच्चों को भी इस जो है प्रोजेक्ट, इसमें हमारे बच्चों को भी सम्मिलित किया जाए, हमारे बच्चों को भी आपके क्लास के लिए आप अलाउ करिए, ताकि हम चाहते हैं कि उनका भी जो अभी स्तर है उससे वो ज्यादा उच्च स्तर पर जाए। तो इसका रिजल्ट हमें इतना अच्छा मिला कि अभी हमारी कक्षा स्कूल में सारे बच्चे बहुत खुश है हिंदी पठन कौशल को लेकर। और हिंदी की तासिका जो होती है उसका वो मजा लेते हैं, हिंदी की तासिका में उत्साहित रहते हैं। हम जो कुछ भी हिंदी के पाठ कविताएं हिंदी से संबंधित जो कुछ भी सिखाते हैं उनमें अभी वो रुचि रखते हैं, जो रुचि उनको पहले नहीं थी। बस अध्यापक ने कक्षा में आए शुरू किया, तो इसके लिए वो जैसे जबरदस्ती कहते हैं वो पहले का माहौल था, बट अब सिचुएशन चेंज हो गई है और स्टूडेंट्स हैव बीन एंजॉयिंग लर्निंग नाउ। इस पूरे सफर के दौरान मैंने ये सीखा कि एक्शन रिसर्च नेवर एंड्स एंड thus is the continuous process. Thank you so much, Ma'am Swapna, for providing me opportunity to participate in this whole journey, which benefited myself and my students of our school. Thank you so much. Thanks a lot.
That was brilliant, and I think that was the last presentation for the day. But I want all my teacher researchers here for a quick photo, so that you can all come here just after a vote of thanks. Please don't leave the campus. I'll extend a vote of thanks, and then all of us can have a group photo. So this is a brilliant day. Exploratory Action Research Symposium gets over here. I would like to extend thanks to all the officers who attended the event today, MCGM officers, CBSE cell, as well as MPS school, and education officers, administrative officers who attended the event today. A big thank you to all the teacher researchers. Of course, can you give a big clap to yourself for waiting for so long? It was lovely listening to you all. And it would be unfair if I do not thank the support team. Bhosle sir is here. Bhosle sir, can we just have you on floor for a while? Can you please have Yes, sir. Bhosle sir is here from MCGM department, and he was doing the live telecast of all the events. Thank you so much, sir, for being patient and really doing hard work with us. Great. And also thankful to all the people who are working here for your food and photo shoots and everyone. With that, I declare that today's event is over, and I request all the guests